Hello? Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Okay. Hello. Hello. All right, let me see. Twitch, are you online? There we are. Okay. Fun stream last night. RimWorld stream last night. The colony is gone. R.I.P. Moment of silence. Moment of silence for our fallen compatriots. And that's enough silence. It was a climactic end, I will say that. It was, in typical RimWorld fashion, just an absolute shit show. But now we're back on to game dev. And last time I was doing game dev, I was talking about a refactor to the colony task system. And I kind of got started on that a little bit already. But before we get back into that, I need to come up with something to manage equipment, having different materials, basically. And right now, I just have the skeletal mesh directly in the data table. Directly in the data table. And I also need like a material to assign to it that is not just the default. Right? So, I mean, do I just add a material here? Is it as easy as that? It would be kind of nice to... I mean, I don't know. This kind of has everything about the piece of gear. I was thinking maybe having a separate asset for... So like a skeletal mesh plus a material is a visual representation of a piece of gear, right? You know, how that gear behaves is defined here in this section. What slot it goes in, what type it is, how much durability it has, what the level requirement is, and then we have stats as well. Now, for the same combo of skeletal mesh and material, I may also have material parameters as well, or material instances, is I suppose what they would be. But for the same combination of skeletal mesh and material, I could use that for separate pieces of gear that would have different sets of stats and stuff like that. So it could be kind of nice to have that here, although like just picking a... I don't know if you know, I have to think about like the asset creation side of this, or rather the data creation side of it, which is me. I do that. Hi. Is it going to be easier for me to have either some sort of struct or data asset, or maybe just a blueprint, or maybe another data table that has all of these combos of skeletal mesh and material, and then go look through whatever asset that may be and find the right color or pattern or whatever of one, and then add it here? Or would it just be easier to select a skeletal mesh and select a material? It would be nice if I had like, yeah, don't do that. Don't solicit Discord from Someone who you do not know. I don't know if that was legitimate or not. It might have just been a bot. I am not interested in that. Anyways, yeah, it would be nice to have like a subset of materials to choose from in that picker. But then I would need some struct to or some piece of data to say like what are all the materials that could apply to this piece of gear. Yeah, something like that would be good. Which would mean just like it would have to be like some data table, right? It would be nice to have a visualizer for that as well. Which could be a sort of blueprint. So if I had a blueprint that had like a single skeletal mesh and then a list of materials that could apply to it, then this is a blueprint that probably only exists in editor. And then I made some sort of picker for the data table, some sort of drop down that, you know, I could put a skeletal mesh here. And then for that skeletal mesh, it'll look up the, I guess I would need a map of skeletal mesh to this blueprint, which would maybe be another data table? Or maybe just like, maybe I can just do some asset registry stuff and just kind of look it up. Which I think might be easier. And then the picker would give me that pre-populated set of things. Yeah, I'd have to dive into editor widgets quite a bit. Armando, thank you for the sub, man. Good morning or good afternoon. It's not super necessary right now. I think the bare bones I need to do is just add a material here is probably the easiest. That's probably the easiest. In the mesh category, Tsoft object pointer to U material interface probably. Who is that? Megatron, welcome. Welcome everyone. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? How are the metahumans going? I popped in for a little bit there at the beginning. Welcome, everyone. For those who don't know my project here, it is called My Project. It doesn't have a name. Here are my newly created assets for the game. Here's my absolute Giga Chad here. I'll be doing some refactors today. So some things may not work. So here's a little bit of combat and stuff. I got some placeholder WoW sounds and whatnot. It's a little bit of the project. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. And I'll do LLM generated quests as well, is what I'm thinking. Here's my procedural terrain that I'll just throw in on the background while I yap. There it goes. Stream was good. Metahumans are okay. Apologies for raiding and running. Oh, no worries. No worries. I appreciate your raid. Thank you for bringing your community over here. I'm just getting started here today. My restless 5 hours of sleep has finally caught up to me, and that's no good. I'm going to pass out now. Good luck, dude. Have a good pass out. My project is clearly a production title. I think so. That happens to be the most common project name as well. Just so happens. Yeah, here's my procedural terrain algorithm that I wrote. It's got underground caves that can be explored, which is cool, which was a major pain to get working, but when it did work, it was kind of a eureka moment. These are all just like placeholder assets for now. Oh dear. Sorry, my ragdoll doesn't work on this character yet. Let me actually put some clothes on. Okay. Oh, I have some new tree chopping anims that I need to get in. Maybe we can do that today as well. Here's the world map. Each one of these different colors is like a different zone that ideally would be like a different biome, and they all have like LLM generated names. Like this one's called Cinder Wastes, and it's supposed to be a desert, but I only have like a couple different zones right now, different biomes rather, so they're not super, the names and biome types are not super applicable, but eventually I'll probably just tag all the stuff spawned in a zone and then let the LLM come up with like a name based on that. So you kind of have to imagine if these are kind of flavorful names, like Phantom Mirewood. Like if there's like a dark forest type zone, that would be a great name for it. With a bunch of phantoms in it. Direwood Bluffs. Mournhold Ruins. Granite Falls. Pine Ridge. Silverwood Forest. This one's just called the Palace of the Vampire Queen. All the names and stuff are up there. But each pixel on this map is a terrain chunk. So here's the size of a terrain chunk. About let me find a flat one. There you go. There's a terrain chunk. So we've got like a four terrain chunk radius. So we're seeing about maybe this big generated. And I put borders around the biomes, so it's not like Minecraft or Valheim, right, where the biomes kind of seamlessly blend from one to another. I want them to have like defined, some sort of physical barrier in between the zones, something very similar to World of Warcraft zones, because I think that creates a really cool moment when you cross that threshold. Whereas like if you think about Minecraft, you can kind of see a biome up in the distance on the horizon, and it just kind of like comes into view, and you can just kind of like see the whole thing. And I don't know, it's not as exciting as when you walk from Barrens to Ashenvale in World of Warcraft, where it's like there's one entrance between those two zones and the rest is mountains. And so when you walk from Barrens to Ashenvale, it kind of opens up and it creates this really cool experience where the zone is completely different. I have this dynamic tree chopping system that looks kind of weird because I need the new axe anims. But it actually doesn't feel too bad. I'm glad I got new anims in finally, because I was using my own animations and they were terrible. But he needs to swing like sideways, basically, to get those. But we have wood now. Wood. Got like a building system in here. Like, put some resources down in there, spend some time building. And usually, where am I actually? What am I looking at? Let me see if there's a different biome here. Not really. It's a nice little mountain here, though. Oh, I like this steep fall off it created. A little bumpy. Let's get a new seed. Let me see if I can find like a biome transition. They're not super different right now, but it can kind of explain what I'm talking about a little bit more when it comes to when it comes to like zone transitions. So yeah, this forest one is like my default. Is like my default biome, so that's most of them. I also have like a meadows biome with a little bit different assets. It still looks mostly the same. This is kind of a boring seed. But one thing you can notice here is that over here, this like terrain noise over here, it's like we've got like little hills and bumps here, kind of medium bumpiness. And then there's this big row of mountains here. This will be the edge of the biome. And then over here in this biome, or this zone, it's flatter. So that's kind of one example. They look very samey though, so it's not like not a super impactful transition yet. But I will be getting some assets for that at some point. And I used to have the terrain textures changing between zones, but I kind of messed around with those. There's a nice cave right here. Can I get a plains biome, please, algorithm? Please? This is like the same as what just happened. Did I just remake the same biome? Perhaps. So I run like 3 different compute shaders to come up with the stuff now. I may refactor that back onto the CPU actually. Because getting all the data back from the GPU is actually turning out to be a non-negligible amount of time. And it actually kind of defeats the purpose of using the GPU to generate some of this stuff. We'll see how fast marching cubes can run on the CPU, but with 8 threads, I'm thinking it'll be better. I like how this mountain popped up here, that's nice. Still no change in biomes. Here's a nice zone entrance chunk though, right here. So if I zoom out, this is one zone. This is another zone up here. This is a zone. There's like so many zones here. But then this is a different zone here. You can see by these like little mountain ranges. And so here's like an entrance from this zone. What is that over there? Yeah, so this white dot on the map here is an entrance from Frostvale Tundra to Desolation Wilds. But they look the exact same, so it's not super exciting yet. And I'm just gonna fall into a hole, I suppose. There goes my ragdoll. And yeah, this will just generate forever. Yeah, this will just generate forever. Yeah, I'm kind of getting thalassophobia vibes from this. But this isn't what I'm going to be working on today. I'll be working on... I've got some refactors to my colony task system that I want to do. But before that, I also need to... Oh, here. Finally, we have the meadows, which is just happened to spawn in a very craggy, rocky terrain. Can I even... Is there even a way to get over there? Sometimes these little random caves can generate like a way to get from one zone to another. Does this one go over there? No. Back out of there. This one does. I might be able to get over there. Oh, I don't know if I can walk up that. It's a little too steep. But you have to imagine, you know, if you're in a zone like this, you're walking through this zone. It's all foresty. You know, it's got a certain terrain type. You find a cave. What's in here? Then you pop out over here, and then the zone kind of just like opens up into something different. You're like, oh, there's different assets here. There's different resources, different terrain type. There's a giant cave here that's not fully generated yet. So I haven't walked over here. But yeah, so something like that is kind of what I'm talking about. It's kind of a bad example, but hopefully you get what I mean. But I need to update. We actually need to rebuild here real quick. So I need the material for my mesh assets. Need to be able to specify that. So let's rebuild that. And then I need to see where I'm using this skeletal mesh, because now I'll also need to set the proper material when I like merge meshes and stuff. So when I equip gear, I actually merge the skeletal meshes at runtime into a single one to help with performance a bit here. So I think what I would need to do, yeah, I guess I need like a material map here now. Or rather, I need to set the material, excuse me, on each of these skeletal mesh. Each of these skeletal meshes. Yeah, the base mesh, maybe we would need to do that too, but for now, only right here. Skeletal mesh, set material, set materials. What else do I have here? I don't know why my computer like hates my virtual keyboard whenever a writer is building. It's so delayed. Yeah, I guess just set materials is all I have here. To which we can just grab. Which, do I need the Tsoft object pointer on the material, or can that be loaded? It's probably good to have. It's probably good to have. Material. Load sync. What is this giving me here? A material interface. And set materials needs to be a... Oh yeah, I guess it needs to be... It needs to be an array of materials, doesn't it? Be it. Okay. Yeah, we need that to be an array, actually. So yeah, that's gonna get kind of annoying to manage. I need to like load each one into a material interface array for each in this list. For material soft pointer load synchronous, and then just add it into materials. Yeah, because the skeletal mesh can have multiple. What do you want? Oh, you want an F skeletal material. Is what you want. Which is a material interface and a slot name. I don't know, should I be setting this on the skeletal mesh? Hang on, let me look at the skeletal mesh merge signature here. What do you take? You have a section mapping. Merge mesh. Yeah, if I call set material on a skeletal mesh, is it going to change it in editor too? Because that is not what I want. I guess I can just construct one of those. Yeah, I'm getting the materials from the skeletal mesh. I wonder if I should just be... Maybe I don't worry about the materials when I'm merging. Maybe I don't worry about the materials when I'm merging the skeletal mesh. Maybe I only worry about it after the skeletal mesh is merged, and then we just go back through the skeletal mesh array and add them in the same order, which I think is what is happening anyway here. I think that's probably a better move. Let's try that first and see if that works. Oh, but then I need to tabulate this list up here. To put this skeletal meshes and materials, yeah, we need both of those because we'll need to add this as well. Base mesh, skeletal mesh. We probably need to change it there too. We probably need a, well, it's the same struct actually, so perfect. Materials. Yeah, we're not going to set materials. We're just going to add 2 materials there. Yeah, this is good. So we're going to do the same thing basically. Base mesh, skeletal mesh. Don't load it twice. Just once. Don't add it twice either. What are you doing? We're doing some game dev. Okay, that looks good. Go to mesh. Base mesh, material, soft object pointer, yada yada yada. We can just inline that. We can just go back to inlining that. We don't actually need the skeletal mesh pointer after that. So yeah, just inline that. Okay, so then we should have our list of materials here. Why did my zoom to mouse stop working? Can you add a microwave? No, sorry. Microwaves actually aren't allowed in Unreal Engine. It'll crash the engine. Okay, so do just materials here. Hopefully this is in like the same order. You know, and I guess I can just for each on the materials. Oh no, I need the eye. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I know, I ruined your day because you don't get to see the microwave. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's see if that works. I am a little skeptical. Rebuild again here. Happy Monday. Does anyone else have work off today? I was excited. I was excited to have work off today. For President's Day, huh? Means I get a nice chill day of game dev here. But after we get these materials sorted out, I'm going to be doing we're going to work on the colony task system, which, you know, last dev stream I was doing, I did a RimWorld stream last stream, but before that I was trying to add some priorities. Does school counts work? Sure. In a way, you just don't get paid for it. But I was trying to work on colonist priorities, and it just became such a pain in the ass. And it was my own system, and I was like, this sucks. This is garbage. I need to rewrite this. And so now I'm going to rewrite my colonist task system into a more ECS-friendly approach. And we'll see how that goes. I kind of started on it already a little bit, but I'd like to get more into that today. But I got some new textures from my character artist. And so I'd like to get some materials set up for the meshes. Some material variants. And it would be nice if yeah, the material slots is interesting. So they're going to need to be in the same order, which is kind of a problem. I guess we have to see, like, if it just works with the base mesh data, with the default materials. Human male legs. Human male chest, which I think is body on the material. Yeah, I need to change that name. Can't forget the undies. Of course not. Of course not. Maybe I should make sure this works before doing all of these. And we don't care about the female. Okay. Let's go to our test level. What is the game going to be called? I don't know. Oh, some of it worked. Some of it definitely worked. Wait, how did that work for the pants? The pants, it shouldn't have worked. It should not have worked. And why didn't my legs work? That should not have worked. You know, it's worse, you know, it's one thing to think that, like, you know, you make a change, you're like, oh, this should work, and it doesn't. That happens all the time. But when it shouldn't work and it does, that's even scarier. I mean, I guess the materials... Let's make sure that list has the right stuff in it first. Yeah, I mean, we have materials there. We do have materials there. It should be called Axis Galore. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. What's on the skeletal mesh component here? Does this have... The skeletal mesh component stores materials somewhere. I don't know that I care about finding that. Whoa. Okay, he's got frostbite on his feet. Also, how are his pants fine? Yeah, let me just comment this out. Does it just work? Does just merging the skeletal meshes, like, inherit the materials automatically? Live coding just taking 25 seconds for a one-line code change. So yeah, the materials just work. Okay, I didn't... So why was I setting the materials before? Also, why doesn't it work for the legs? You should make a Google Doc with people's game name suggestions. I'm good, thanks though. Just set it to something different. See what happens. Oh, I can't. Right. Turn it back on first. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should clear the skeletal materials first as well. Can you do that? Like clear materials or something? No. I would have thought that just overriding them would be enough. Yeah, his legs still don't want to behave. It might be that adding the materials for the equipment fixes it. Let's see here. Oh, wrong. Sorry, that was a wrong selector. That's why. Is this a dungeon type game? I don't know what that means, but the game will be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo. Is what I'm going for. Okay, is that everything we needed? Okay, I think that's everything we needed. Okay, his feet are still frostbitten. And we have incorrect materials on incorrect slots. Yeah, I may need to grab the slot name too. So we may need a T-map here instead. F name. Add base mesh material. I guess I don't fucking know the slot name, do I? I would have thought the index would have been enough. I would have thought the index would have been enough. So how do other games handle this? How do they handle the slots? I mean, it's in the same order. What was the force section mapping? Just section IDs. Yeah, so maybe setting the material on the mesh is the better way to do it. I mean, I guess the other games probably just do this via the skeletal mesh component, which I don't have the luxury of having until after I have the merged mesh where all the pieces are merged together. Let me look at him again. So yeah, legs aren't working. I also need to handle unequipping. Now the legs have the wrong texture, I can see. And I put the wrong... Wait, hang on. I put the wrong textures in here on purpose. Wait, let me put those back. Still gonna be wrong. Feet. Okay. What are you doing exactly? This is game dev. This is game dev. Why are your feet frostbitten? And then if I were to equip chest piece, that just set the material on like everything. That set the material on the pants as well. Why are you doing that? Okay, let's go back to trying to... And I guess it inherits the materials. The component inherits the skeletal mesh materials. So let's go back to trying to, like, set it on the skeletal mesh first. We're gonna go back and try that approach. This is Unreal Engine 5, yes. Add that. Bing, bang, boom. Material soft pointer. I'll just comment that out and then just like the set materials. I'll just reuse this array here. Oh, I need the F skeletal mesh material thing. Okay, hang on. F skeletal material. To which, what's the constructor for that? It's just the material interface. Oh, and they're setting. Enable shadow casting. And like the slot name and stuff. I mean, I'll just rely on it being in the same order, I hope. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. And then each time we come in here, we'll just need to reset. We do that, and then do the same thing here for that. Oh, I need to reset. There as well. I guess try that. And I have a feeling that you're just going to change the material. I guess, hang on, is that a with editor only kind of thing? Editor only? I guess not immediately. Is it just in skeletal mesh? Yeah, that seems fine. Oh no. Okay, so the do merge failed. Crashed, actually. And why are we crashing? There's some array index that is out of bounds. Source mesh, get materials. Yeah, let me look at skeletal mesh array here. Where are we getting the materials from? It's source mesh get materials, which is just returning materials, which is on the skeletal mesh, which has been deprecated since 4.2.7, and it's still in there. Okay. Where are we getting the... We're getting it from the render data. I mean, the indices should be the same, so I think I fucked something up somewhere. Materials. I mean, I'm expecting everything to have something here in materials. Yes. Yes, the beard is made of beard. Yeah, so they all have materials. But we were getting the material index from the render section, which is the LOD data. Which is kind of annoying. Yeah, so maybe this isn't the way. I didn't think that this would be such a controversial thing to try. I would have thought that setting it on the skeletal mesh component would have been fine. Where's the LOD data? Oh, it's in skeletal mesh render data. Yeah, there it is. Render sections. Oh, render sections is empty? So this is on the head. And we're getting material index of 1, which there's only one material in here. So why is material index 1 here? Use the remapping of material indices if there is a valid value. Only I could see what section was here. Render sections at index 1. What is material index there? 1. And this is for head. Oh yeah, there's 2 on the head. There is 2 on the head. For the eye meat. What is going to be the name of the game? I don't know yet. Right now it's just my project. I'm just kind of waiting for the name to come to me. Yeah, I think I need a better error here. So I'll wait for this to boot up here. But I think I want to probably check the lengths of the materials when I'm creating the arrays. And just make sure they match. And I think if we do that, I'll get a better error than we won't crash, right? And I can default it as well. And let's actually do something like this. We're gonna do a 4i here. 4i, and we're actually gonna iterate over the skeletal mesh. Is there a get num materials? Yeah. So we're gonna iterate over the number of skeletal mesh materials instead. And then we are going to do one of these bad boys here, which is skeletal mesh. Get materials at I. Or not skeletal mesh, base material. Sorry. One of these bad boys. There we go. So we have that. So this way we will always have the right number. So we're iterating over the correct number, which is on skeletal mesh. Now I do want to throw like maybe a little, let's do like an ensure here for material. Base mesh material. I should call that materials. Oh, that's a big refactor. Oh no. Oh, I shouldn't have done it. There's too many things named material in the code. That's gonna take forever. This little maneuver is gonna take us 51 years. Yeah, just I'll manually. We're gonna raw dog this rename here. Ensure materials.num equals that, yeah. I guess maybe, did we do a check? God, I forget the semantics of each one of these. Verified check. I think check may actually be what we want. And we're gonna do the same thing down here. Okay. Okay, now let's rebuild that. And how many places is equipment data used in? What's the includes hierarchy here? Oh, it's included in the header of my equipment. Can we forward declare that instead? It doesn't seem to want to. I will manually. No, it wants. It needs a full include, which is weird. But maybe at least here. But we include my equipment here, which is the cascading effect. Oh, and that's because of this. Okay, so we can fix some of these includes here. I need to create a equipment entity data DPP file, which is in entity system data types. Include yeah, do that, and then we'll grab the body of that function. And that way we don't have to include it in the header, and we can simply forward declare these two, which will help break the dependency cycles. We may need to add that, which I think enum I think it's just that. Oh no, it's just enum. Which we probably need to make that UN8. Okay, but we have this booted up now. So this shouldn't crash anymore. And we'll see if my ensure gets thrown here, my little check. Yeah, so we've checked here, but we can skip that. We can skip that. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I need to check if it's actually a valid index here as well. I'll throw that down here. Okay, rebuild. So we'll see if that little forward declare helped us out there. There's more to do for sure. Yeah, we don't want to include it here either. 106 things that we have to build here. Oh, we do have to include that, yeah. We do have to include it in my weapon because we extend. $102 actions. Oh boy. Yeah, the equipment data. We need to split that up for sure. That one does. Yeah, we need that one. Private, welcome. That one does as well. My ranged weapon. Ranged ability doesn't, or shouldn't. Oh, we don't even have the weapon there. We don't even need that import at all. Why didn't that show as unneeded? We'll declare that. No wood axe is a weapon as well, so that'll need to be included. Error. Use of undefined type, my weapon. Okay, yeah, so now we have to, like, import in CPP now. Of course, there's going to be no... Okay, you can stop building so that... Okay, that one should be good. Had to manually do that. Okay, now are we good? No. It's really undefined here? Really? Doesn't weapon import base? One of them needs to import the other, I think. Like maybe this should import base weapon actor. Because base weapon actor shouldn't change that much. Not as much as weapon. That dependency cycle should... Now generic. Okay, yeah, now we have to include it here, which is fine. We can include in CPP files just fine. Oh no, it still doesn't like this. Well, I'm like dropping frames because the writer is compiling so hard. Yeah, I thought I would be able to just bust this out, you know, super quick. Get back down there. Didn't know there would be so much nuance in just assigning materials to a merged skeletal mesh. And maybe me missing that head material is why the rest of them got messed up when I tried to set it on the skeletal mesh component. Maybe I'll go back to try that now that I have a little bit more information. We'll see if this way works first. The difference being, like, I have these individual modular skeletal meshes. What I'm trying right now is to set the material on those before I merge them together into a single skeletal mesh. Whereas the alternative is to, once I get that merged skeletal mesh and set it in the skeletal mesh component, then setting the materials. So I'll try that next, now that I know that I potentially forgot one and need to handle that. And if I forgot one, I should just use the default material there. Let's go ahead and play. Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, I expect that to happen. We hit another one. How many of these are we hitting? Now we got an array index out of bounds. Oh, wait, did I not? Oh yeah, and then I need the else. What was I thinking? I need the else. Okay, try again. Okay, wait for that to boot up real quick. All right. Now. Yes. Yes. Wait, which one what am I hitting so many times? From post initialized components on I can't see a damn thing. Feet. Wait, none of them? Wait, I think I'm throwing this opposite. God, look at all the bangs they do there. I think I'm doing the opposite. Go back to ensure. Thank you all for joining me today. Appreciate y'all being here. Watching the debugging struggle. And also the live coding struggle. I thought I had this working faster. Though, like, I don't know what my machine is doing here. I mean, I guess 100% CPU is a problem, right? Bro, why do you need 40 seconds to compile one file? Live coding. Why do you need that? I feel like you shouldn't need that. My guy looks good now. He looks good. Now let me show me your eye meets. I need to see your eye meet because that's the one I forgot. That was terrifying. That's terrifying. Oh God. He looks so angry, doesn't he? Okay, so that looks good now, actually. Everything looks good. But we're just setting it all to the same thing right now. So just show me that for the pants, just give me like a garbage material. Okay, so ensure this should only be happening on... Oh, this is happening on the chest. Oh, right. This is going to happen on all the equipment. Wait, what? What is fucking happening here? Okay. I am setting them. I am setting them on here. Yeah, so this isn't good. This is I feared this would be the case. So this isn't the right way to do it. Okay, so let's go back to my other way. I still need to do that part. We're just not going to set the materials there. Try that. Okay, that only took 5 seconds that time. Okay. Sort of. Oh, yeah, it's better. I don't know, like I don't know what these materials are. Let me grab one I know will show up. Wrong. Put arms on. We're gonna make his pants out of arms. Oh my god, that looks horrifying. Looks like he made it. Oh my god, we're definitely gonna have to have human leather pants. Okay, so I think this is working. Then now, I think this is good. I think this is good. And actually, now that it's like, I'm kind of like allowing this to be defaulted. I don't know if I want this ensure here. That could just get annoying. But I should strictly define them probably. I don't know, but like for the head case, it's like I don't need the eye meat texture. So I don't know. Okay, this is working now. I was being a dummy and didn't consider there being a different material count. Yeah. Okay. So we're good there. We're good here. So now, I guess another issue is I don't have the other meshes rigged. Oh, that's a problem, right? That is a problem. Welcome, Intentio. My dong and my drawing. How is your dong doing today, good sir? Hope your dong is well. Yeah, I didn't even think about that before I did this. Yeah, I don't have my meshes rigged here. They're not even in skeletal mesh form. Just hanging around. That's a good answer. Okay, but I am glad I got this figured out though. This may be where we stop today. Or not like today altogether. I mean like for this. Maybe we can, let's at least make the materials for the new armor set combos. Let's at least do that. Go to equipment. Meshes, materials. So I guess I'm putting these in folders. Move them there. Wait, that's set 4. That was the wrong place. Can I paste? So yeah, copy all of those, paste them in here. Can I bulk batch rename? We need to replace search for 1 and replace to 2. Yeah. Perfect. Open all of those. Okay, this is going to be the boring part. We're HMC, HM underscore C underscore 2 underscore, and then we are on back. I don't know if I need to flip the normals or not. I forget. This is chest. Chest, check, chest. Feet base color. Feet normal. And feet rim. You guys ever get a feet rim before?
If you have to ask, big man, you can't afford it.
That was a good use of that soundbite. His hands. Hands are looking good. Head. This is like the red and black set here. Head rim. that's another one. Legs. We're on leg. Shoulders, and our final one is waist. Okay, so now all those materials are set up. Now we should be able to just like swap and pop, right? Can I not do that? I thought I could do that. No, okay, I guess not. I guess we gotta like open this up. That's, I mean, this is fine. We can work in the blueprint. That's fine. Can I swap? Can I pop it in here? No. Chest 1. There we go. There is the new chest. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Let's get the rest of the pieces over there too. Do we have a new robe? Yeah, we have a new robe. That's too dark for me to see. Feetsies. Hands. Head. Oh, I put the head back on the hands. That's not... That is not... Not correct. Shoulders. Only Project Zomboid can have a patch named Hotfix after a month of the initial patch release. There's the full new set right there. It's looking good. Let me pull these guys out here for a second. These look good, man. My artist said he wasn't finished with the textures. Oh, is the belt a little weird here? The belt is so shiny. Wait, why is the belt so shiny there? Do I have metallic maps? I do. Oh, and the waist didn't have normal plugged in? That might have been the issue. Oh my god. Oh, there is a metallic map there. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like the metallic maps make it look less stylized. What did the other waist look like? Material, that is? Yeah, it didn't have its normal plugged in either. And let me, like, flip the normals. I forget if I need to flip the normal textures or not. Yeah, that looks... Which one is right? Actually, I think that one looks more right. That looks backwards. We hear you. That is good. Lucy, you have some splaining to do. Turning cog, whatever do you mean? I think I might know what you mean. Did you hear about the downfall of the UE devs RimWorld colony? Perhaps. Turning cog. You were the first to go, and it was over pretty quick for you, if that's any consolation. I'd like details. The end was very climactic. It was a good end. You can watch the VOD. The VOD's pretty good. Let me pull it up here. I rated Swashbuckling Fox last night and we watched it. It was a good time. No, not that. Yeah. Stevie Ray playing poker by herself. You're kind of too slow. Just send your animals to attack and go right there. I heard Fox was watching the VOD like it was a teledrama. We all were. It was good content. And let me go back to the beginning here. Okay, so basically the background to this is here on the map, like there's a mortar, like a mortar raid got set up. And the mortar raids pound you with mortars from a distance. And so you have to go, either you have to mortar them back and hit them first to kind of disrupt them. And once you kind of attack them, they'll stop mortaring you. So like I don't have mortars yet, so I had to send everyone out there to go take care of it. But we all had muscle parasites.
On the excursion.
Which means we walk slower.
Oh, damn.
Which was probably the downfall.
Jed is
there.
so slow because of the muscle parasites. He's also starving, so just eat real quick, Jed. Oh my god, there's a fucking fire. Fucking nug fur over here. Oh my god, they're pounding me already. Oh no. Oh, right on the storeroom. Oh no. Bro, what? They're usually not that accurate. Oh no, I'm losing everything.
The entire storeroom is going to catch on
everything.
fire. now.
Okay, I see you, Randy. All right, Randy.
Usually these are super inaccurate.
God,
and it's like
RIP
kind
to
of a
my
chance as to
storeroom.
whether it hits you
All
or
that's
not.
going to catch on fire. All of that's going to catch on fire. God damn, man.
having a sip of beer to
Pour one
contemplate
out
things.
for the storeroom. Everything in there.
And I have no pawns there. The only pawn that's there is baby Shawnee B, who Stevie just gave birth to.
Yeah, I mean, we got to get in there before more happens, honestly. Should
I
we
can't
just
even
send
put out
the
that
animals
fire.
in? Or do we still try and be tactical about this and do our little flow? Just send your animals. Oh, great. They got more. Shoot. Oh, they're firing at Jed now, which is actually probably good. Oh, Owen. Oh, God, that was so close. And then he could have been...
Yeah,
he
Jed
could have
was
been
so slow. I should
clearing
have
that
taken
fire.
Jed. And so Turning Cog, this is you right here.
Kill this operator here.
You went in first because I think you don't have muscle parasites. Like you're the only, so you're like the fastest mover.
Get cover.
And then, so they all have snipers too, which is pretty fucking rare. Like usually raids have a varying, bunch of varying weapons.
Okay, you pulled some fire, which is good.
And so you just got sniped.
God, he just got shot. Oh, fuck. Bleeding out. He got one shot from a... No! Turning Cog, no!
Yes, yes.
2 shots?
That's what killed you.
Oh, no!
You got shot in the right lung.
Oh, why couldn't it have been Sylar?
Sylar's just standing there.
Turning Cog, he was our best medic, our religious leader, our mechanist, our royal. He was everything. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, no.
I need those lungs for smoking.
God.
Well, you still have a left one.
This is devastating.
Yeah, this was heartbreaking. I thought I
This
could
is
still come
absolutely
back at this
devastating. God, of course, it had to be when we had muscle parasites.
Yeah, Randy giveth, Randy taketh away.
Oh my God.
And everything is about to go very wrong.
Oh God, they're
when we
gonna
start
pound
this
me
engagement.
again.
There's another mortar shell going in.
See, that one fucking whiffed. Why
Yeah, see,
couldn't the other
usually
ones
it's like
whiff?
that. Usually it's like a... I just got really unlucky with that first one. Not that it mattered though, because like...
Okay, War Trumpet.
The war trumpets did nothing. That was not as impactful. They're supposed to have a chance
Okay,
to
the
cause
rest of you get
people
in
to
there.
flee.
We're just gonna have to fucking send it.
There was so much drama the whole time. We couldn't have gone quietly.
Stevie's down. Fuck.
I didn't put them in great positions, so I think another misplay was like... I was trying to just get them in there to disrupt it. But like I should have taken way more cover.
Jed's
But, I mean,
doing great.
Turning Cog, you still would have died regardless. The thing is, like, I was
just
trying to
got
get
fucking-
close because they all have sniper
He got his
rifles.
left shoulder shot off.
A baby Odd got his left shoulder shot off. He's still throwing mollies with his right one, though.
Oh, Sylar's down. Oh, this is so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, we are fucked. How haven't they fled yet? Oh, Odd, you better nail that fucking Molly. Good. Good job. Stevie is crawling to bed.
Everyone's down except for Odd and Jed at this point.
Jed's down too.
Jed's down.
Fuck.
So now it's just Odd. So now it's like this is... There's no
Everyone's
zero
bleeding.
recovery.
Oh, this might be it, guys.
Yeah.
This might be it. Oh, god just got fucking killed. Oh no. Oh, what a bad situation this was.
It's so much fun though. I love this shit.
This map sucks.
Yeah.
This tile sucks. There's nothing.
I've accepted
nothing
my
to
fate
defend
at this
me.
point. But yeah,
They
these
all
open
have
maps are
fucking
hard.
sniper rifles, man. What kind of a fucking raid is that? Dr. Elliott's down in 4 hours. Owen's down. Hasty's down. Draconan's just eating grass. None of the war trumpets didn't do anything. Now, is it going to give me the man in black? Or I can use turning call. Is it okay? So I forget.
Man
I think
in
it was
Black showed
Stevie
up.
said that this has to be me.
Yeah, this is me.
The man in black is me. I have great shooting, construction, and mining. Stevie's on odd because his bad. Not the mortar. No, they're all just shooting Draconan. I think I go back to base on it too. Okay. I think I just
probably
hide
should have
out
just
here.
gone back to base with my drone.
What is your movement?
Everyone else was a lost cause.
94.
But I thought I could like save them. But they're gonna try
My God,
and kidnap
you
people.
kind of suck. My storeroom is ablaze.
Yep, storeroom's gone. Everything in there's gone.
Leaving this so I can probably save some people. Oh, they've decided to kidnap who they can and leave.
I mean, actually, the shit that
All right,
happens
go in.
after this, I probably wouldn't have been able to handle.
Who are they kidnapping? Who are they kidnapping? Are they going to kidnap Shawnee B?
Yeah, the baby that's still in there by themselves.
I'd actually be okay with that. Fuck, I wanted to save everyone, but everyone's dead. He's kidnapping Sylar. That's fine, actually. That's fine.
Sylar is
Jed
like my most
crawling to bed.
expendable. Sylar and Jed are expendable. Stevie, I need Stevie.
So Sylar, Stevie, Jed. I can probably maybe save both of them. I don't know. Okay, so you need to be assigned to medical. My drong. You are our only hope. 10. You are so safety.
and Stevie Ray is just crawling away.
Oh no, are they leaving? Oh my god, so many of them are bleeding out too. Oh. They're not.
So I'm like tending
Oh,
Jed
no.
here. And then the guy just starts punching me to get out of the way. And then he just keeps going. So I was like, oh,
He was
okay.
just gonna attack me to get through. Where's Stevie at? Are they gonna kidnap Stevie? I cannot have them kidnap Stevie.
So no one's going after her right here. Except for this guy.
Oh, that guy might be kidnapping Stevie. Nice. Nice. Hit him again. He's fucking... I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. That guy was kidnapping Stevie.
Can't lose Stevie. That's Shawnee B's mom right there. Gotta save her.
We just gotta shoot. Come on. Come on. Nice.
He's wearing like a flak
No,
jacket
one
and
more.
a flak vest though. Like these guys are pretty heavily
on.
armored too.
No, come on. Come on. Make him drop it. No. 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 Fuck.
There goes Stevie.
Do you just have to... I might have to just melee attack him. Way to do it.
So
I
now
probably
they're
should have
taking
picked up a...
Jed.
Just punch him. At least save Jed. Can barely even hit him. Nice.
Punched him to death.
Nice. Hasty's still with us. Okay, 10 Jed.
So they kidnapped
Oof.
Sylar as well.
God, what a climax here. Okay. Technically, the colony has survived.
Right. At
It's
this
just
point, I'm
me and
like, we're
Jed
good.
now.
We technically survived. It was a shit show, but we're good. Little did
Just
I know.
me and Jed now. And Shawnee B. We'll have to raise Shawnee from a baby.
All the elephants are downed,
Without his... Orphan.
basically.
Draconan. We can save Draconan.
And so Elliot just died,
Tend him
I
real
think.
quick.
But I was like, okay, I need to save what elephants I can. Which was a mistake. This was a mistake
Owen,
right here.
Sorry, you're gonna... Oh, is that our only female elephant left?
Yeah.
Grow. Actually, no, our only... Okay. So we
Fox,
can't breed
welcome in,
elephants
my man.
anymore. What we got is what we got.
Just rewatching the shit show. which was a lot of fun
How's
to
the
watch
base
last night.
doing?
Your story.
All my, I gotta start. It's like we're starting over from 0.
And this is a mistake here. I shouldn't have tried to save Draconin.
Stay with.
Because then this is where I had to, I spent
7.
too long doing that, only for him to die.
Sorry.
And then the second I go try and tend Jed, I get the mental break.
Oh no. Oh,
Which this is the
no.
end, basically. But even
God,
if
I'm such an
I might
asshole.
have,
I just had a crisis of belief.
because I just wandered around for a while. Jed bleeds out and dies.
Actually, please get over your mental break.
But then, like, we get
No
a whole
one
bunch
else
of
will.
shit.
And the story will kind of, who is starving? Jed. You, Jed. Change now.
Jed died.
Manhunter pack. Okay.
Yeah, and then we got fucking
This is a
pack.
good end for the night. This is a good end for the night.
Saw your live thumbnail on YouTube and had to pop in here.
The
I should be
Manhunter
asleep
pack will
right
kill
now.
me.
Go to
And
sleep, my
I
man.
deserve this. A Manhunter pack of elephants for the
is
mistreatment that I
poetic,
did
too.
to this colony. I deserve it.
Yeah, like I was breeding elephants.
I deserve it.
And I got all
This
the
is
elephants killed.
such a fateful conclusion
yeah.
for this colony.
So not only did that raid just go absolutely wrong, but now we
God,
also
the
have
mortars.
a Manhunter pack
Oh,
of
I was
probably
so
one of the
close
most
to
difficult
researching
animals
them.
to fight. And so now
I'm
I
just gonna
can't
get
even
eaten
fight
alive by
back.
elephants.
I'm just gonna get
And I
mauled
can't
by
even
elephants.
respond.
Which maybe
And
my
then Shawnee
turrets and
Bee is
traps
gonna
could have
die
taken care
alone.
of. But a fucking another raid happens after this too.
There I go. Until it didn't. Hasty is gonna. And Christ, Randy. Colony. And we're getting raided.
Another raid.
Jesus Christ, Randy.
But then the elephants just kill these guys.
Hasty died. Hasty just bled out. R.I.P. everyone. Yeah, good luck on those. Good luck meleeing the elephants to death. Yeah, like that's gonna fucking work. So my turrets are actually gonna take care of this guy. The raid was actually nothing.
Yeah. Really enjoyed this last night. I plan to pick up Ripcord.
Oh my god, I had such a
mean
good
Rimworld?
colony going too. He's gonna just kill himself
But yeah,
from
you
traps.
should. It's a super fun game. Maybe Shawnee was in charge. Yeah, you're the new pilot of the Bacon, Shawnee B.
IGS Ghost and Sovereign are the only ones left alive. I have 1 hour to live. Happening? Holy shit.
And then we got another
Oh my god,
Mad
and
Hunter
mad
pack.
capybaras. Dude, what is happening? Holy shit, Randy. Hang on, I gotta look at the graph here. So
Randy
many.
just fucking wanted to
And
fuck
yeah.
our worlds up, man.
So yeah,
And
that's a good end
I say Randy because
for the night. I was going to get off, but
I say
Oh,
Randy
man.
because you
What
can
a-
pick
what a
storytellers.
what a bad situation.
I was there,
You know,
yeah.
what could
Sovereign,
we
you
have
were
done better?
you were a baby elephant. You were one of the only
mean, would
elephants to
taking
survive
my own
Sovereign. So
snipers
you
here
actually, I think
have
Sovereign,
done
you're the only
anything?
one that
'Cause
would have survived
That first mortar.
because you and IGS Ghost. Because Hasty bled out. Shawnee B is going to die of starvation. Whereas like you two are just going to probably wander around in the forest or this tile. So you guys are probably just wild. You guys are just wild elephants now in the wreckage of the Bacon.
Was bad. I can't launch. I don't think I could have launched. We landed very recently. I don't think I could have just flown out of here.
But yeah, you can pick a storyteller. And Randy is just a pure
think I could've
random
just flown
storyteller.
out.
And it's like, this is like the algorithm that generates the events. And so Randy Random is kind of funny
Everyone was in,
because so much random ass
the
shit
muscle-
can
the
happen like
muscle
this where it's
parasites
like,
really is what killed me. I
sometimes
think.
it's really fucking difficult. Sometimes it's easy. You never know. You never know.
We took so long to get down there because everyone was so slowed from the muscle parasites.
Yeah, so like what ended up happening, the combination of things that ended up happening, we got muscle parasites. There was a mortar raid right before we researched mortars. That mortar raid happened to all have flak vests and flak jackets, heavily armored. And they all had sniper rifles. And we were on a completely open tile where there was no way to sneak up on these snipers, really. There was not a good way. So the only decent way was going all the way behind them on the map, which took too long because of our muscle parasites. So we could not even get into a good position. And then after that, there was a manhunter pack of elephants, another raid, and then a manhunter pack of capybaras. And this is all within the span of a day on the rim. just your average day on the rim. So yeah, that is that's the conclusion here. Yeah, rabid elephants. Maybe I should have just stayed. Seemed doomed from the start. I mean, there are, if you want to watch the whole and waited. I have there's multiple VODs here. So if you're interested, you can check out those VODs. So we have I think this was like 3 or 4 episodes of this colony. And we were doing well up until literally up until that last day. And I think we had been on the rim for about a year. That's so incredible for how far we got. We were like, everything was going really, really well before that. Like we had been around for a while. But yeah, that is the fateful end of the UE devs colony. Now someone else has to do it. Someone else has to do it. Maybe for my next run, I think I'll probably do like celebrities or something like that. Because that's always fun. You just pick celebrity names and it's like, oh, fucking, you know, have a Jeffrey Epstein colonist or something. That's what I get for being late to the party. Hey, you got in on the good stuff. You got in on the climax. But yeah, Fox, maybe, you know, whenever you pick it up, if you stream it, you know, you make yourself a colonist. Because I actually, Megatron, who rated us earlier, she picked it up for the first time and was playing it on stream for the first time. And I was watching her and that was good fun. And so that's kind of what gave me the idea. Well, I don't know if it gave me the idea, but it made me want to play RimWorld again. Because I was like, oh man, I haven't played it in so long and it's my favorite game. I should play it again. And so I did. And that's where it came from. So I'm sad I didn't get to make her... I don't even know if she knows that I've been playing RimWorld, but I'm sad I didn't get to make her a colonist. I'll have to talk to her about RimWorld. Yeah. Maybe she can do a UE devs colony as well. But yeah, it was a good end. It was a very good and poetic end, and I think it just rounded off the story nicely because now Sylar and Stevie are still alive. Actually, they've been kidnapped together. They're faithful lovers. Their baby, but their kidnappers killed their firstborn child, and their baby was left to die of malnutrition. Can always do another run with different dev names. I want to see an arc with him. Yeah, maybe we like come up with some lore, you know? Or we come up with some lore. Maybe we can do like a custom scenario editor, I think, and we can make a start for like, oh, Sylar and Stevie start in like some ruins or something like that. You know, Naked and Afraid style. And I don't know, maybe we can set that up somehow. And then maybe you know, if we find an elephant, that can be Sovereign. Sovereign and IGS Ghosts. Start with just those two escaping. Yeah. I wish I could set up a scenario, and maybe I can, I don't know. Maybe I can set up a scenario where they have to break out of a village or something, you know? And then I can dev mode in a ship, and we can just act like we found the wreckage of the ship and we have to rebuild it. But it sucks because like Turning Cog and Odd and Shawnee B, I'm not gonna be able to use those names anymore. And Jed, because they're all dead. So I have to come up with new names, new people. I wanted to get Finn in there. I wanted to get Megatron in there. Fox, we can get you in there. Who else am I missing? Jed Jr. Yeah, we'll come up with some more names or something next time. I need to get some more sets in here though. The second coming of Cog. Yeah, Turning Cog, you were a good colonist. You kept hitting on Stevie, which was a problem. Did baby Shawnee actually die at the end? I mean, I ended it before because it would have taken a while, but there was zero chance. There was nothing that would have saved him. because he can't feed himself. So he lore wise he died. Pretty tragic death, honestly. Let's get our other sets in here though. So no to all of this, I think. Why are you? Oh my god. All I did was rename it. Unreal Engine. All I did was rename it. I don't know why you're like this. This is why no one likes you. I right click and I have to save all these. Baby Shawnee was raised by the rabbit elephants. That could be a good arc. He's like a feral child or something like that. Oh my god, really? Yeah, I saved them all. Like, I have saved all of them already. I don't know why you want me to, like, go back and save each individual one again. But thank you. Thank you for that. Unreal Engine is so weird with fucking saving. Like, sometimes it just doesn't save. Even though you've saved. And then now it's like, you need to save even though you already have saved. Okay, let's get these textures set up here. Just for the back. Is that the right one? No, that was not. This is chest. Feet normal. Feet rim. Dare I make the same joke? Hands. Head is done now. I wish there was a way to just like automatically import these as materials rather than having to do it this way. Maybe someone, I'm sure there's a tool for that. Were we on shoulders? Okay. All of these are saved. But we're going to file save all anyways. Yeah, should I make another robe set blueprint to like preview this? Probably. Seeing them next to each other would be useful. Robs. No, I meant robes. Oh no. Dude, I hate that Unreal Engine cannot delete files. I don't know what, or not files, folders. Because now I'm gonna have 3 fucking sets of empty folders here. Because I mistyped robes. God, that's so annoying. Okay, duplicate this. Set. This should be set 3. This should be set 2. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . chest, feet, hands, head, legs, shoulders, waist. Middle. Welcome in. Probably already have redirectors inside it. Clean it and you can delete the folder. Clean it as in there's something in the engine to do that. Or clean it as in go to my file system and delete it. Because I swear I have deleted these folders from the file system before and then they showed back up in Unreal Engine. Update redirector references. Update redirector in here. And then can I delete the folder now? Is that what it was? Is this the hidden tech? Pending deleted assets. See, now I'm scared. Now I'm scared. Hang on. Wait, there's still shit in here? Wait. See, oh my god, Unreal Engine. So it like duplicated my meshes. Oh, wait, there's female ones there. Oh my god, I'll have to clean that up later. I'll have to make sure. I'll do that later and make sure that those aren't being used somewhere or not. Okay. I think the normals are good because we got the shadows under the titties there. There I was. Barbecue sauce on my normals. Yeah, this is a nice crusty set. It's like an old tattered. Old and tattered. Old and tattered. Can I get the body in? Where's my full mesh here? There he is. Why is the editor at 16 FPS? Okay. Let's do the same for the other one too. Oh, his hair is clipping, but that'll be hidden. Yeah, I think the textures look good. I'm not noticing anything needing to be updated. It's crazy how much variation you can get out of the same exact piece, the same exact mesh. Yeah, he did a great job on these. It was super messy. I think I have one more set. I think I have one more set. Wait, where are my... Yeah. Okay. If you rename move stuff that is being used somewhere, the engine creates a redirector. Yeah, I do know that. It does not dirty all the places the stuff is being used. Once you need manually update the redirector is annoying for one person team, but is a must for big teams. What is that preventing? Is it just for like if someone else has an asset checked out? And so you don't like, you can change something from underneath them without having to make sure no one's got the thing checked out? Correct, yeah. I guess that makes sense. I just wish it was, like, why create the if nothing is checked out or if you don't have version control set up, you know, just do it. Do the thing. Could be better, I suppose. We'll do our last set here. A waste rim. If you don't have version control set up, don't call me out like that. My version control for assets is just Google Drive right now, so Google Drive is just automatically backing them up. I don't actually have version control for my assets. I'm right there with you. And if there was actually like a solid free solution for Unreal Engine asset version control, then I would do that. But there's not, from my understanding. I haven't looked too deeply into it. Oh, I did head here instead of hands. Git, no. Perforce up to 5 seats, but yeah, that it's not free. So once I get it, if I ever get a team, now I have to pay for it, which I don't want to. But I mean, and Git, sure, it version controls the assets, but you can't see diffs or anything, and it takes up a lot of, like, you have to use Git LFS, which from, if I'm remembering correctly, you do have to pay for that after a certain point as well, if I'm not mistaken. And you can't actually, because like it just saves the raw text, so there's no like, I think there are some plugins that can show it in editor. But again, all of these solutions we're talking about have some sort of drawback. Like it just kind of seems like there's not a well-rounded, I'll say, solution. But like I said, I haven't exactly like looked super deep into it. You ever get a team, you will need something. Yeah, I'm thinking of writing some of my own functionality around Git. Yeah, I know Perforce is the best out of the box, but it's also expensive as fuck. And like, can you see diffs with Perforce? I think in typical Mahjong fashion, I'm gonna write my own when it comes to that point. Yeah, you can diff. Like you can diff you can see a side by side in here. Like one panel is before, one panel is after, or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think there is ripe. Why is my back? Why don't I have a normal on the back? What else is disconnected here? My back don't have no normal on it. Let me check the other ones. But I think there is an opportunity here for an open source piece of software to be developed. Where's back? There it is. The only drawback on Git is that your file size is capped at 100 megabytes without paying. Yeah, that's the LFS, right? That's the LFS drawback. Yeah. Why did I take the... Why did I take the normal off the back? And added some more detail in there. You can use SVN for free. Yeah, but doesn't that like... Isn't that kind of old and crusty? Like it doesn't have a lot of features? But I mean, yeah, if that's free and you just have to host it somewhere. You know, that could just be someone's machine. So that might be... that maybe I'll use that to write some of my own functionality around it. I'll have to dig deeper on it. It would just be nice to have the same system. It would be nice to have the same version control for code as you do for assets, right? And if there were a GitHub plugin to like render a blueprint like in the GitHub UI, so you could see those diffs too in like a code review, that would be sick. You know, that would be sick. So given that GitHub is so ubiquitous, and I am a coder, I lean towards writing functionality around Git and GitHub. But yeah, the paying for LFS, like how much, like what is the price for Perforce? Bro, can I just get the fucking pricing, please? God damn. Uh, 3 Git repos, 20 workspaces. Go away. I self-host Perforce and current studio I work uses Perforce. Does self-hosting Perforce cost money, or can you use that for free? I guess if you're self-hosting, you're the only one. This doesn't exactly say like a seat limit. Up to 50. So 39. We'll round it up to 40 with taxes times 12. $480 a year. I mean, that's not the worst. Why did I think it was more expensive than that? I thought it was thousands of dollars a year. GitHub LFS pricing. Of course, this is not as straightforward. It's the same thing. A billing cycle, which is what, probably like monthly or something? Throughout the month based on hourly usage. If you push a 500 megabyte file to Git, you'll use the repository owner's storage and none of their bandwidth. If you make a 1 byte change and push the file again, you'll use another 500 megabyte of storage and no bandwidth, bringing the total usage for these 2 pushes to 1 gig of storage and 0 bandwidth. If you downloaded a 500 meg that's tracked with Git, you'll use 500 mega bandwidth. Yeah, having quota limits is actually kind of scary. I don't like that, because then I have to worry about that. Just having a straightforward pricing, like per force, I do see benefit of that. What is the pricing though? Where's the actual pricing? I mean, I have to look at like this. So I guess it's over 500 megabytes for... Oh, it's like it for the entire repo? So is this the self-hosted price? It does say cloud, so it says, oh no, it says we manage and host. So what is the self-hosted price? Is there a self-hosted price, or are you paying the same price? Oh, it says up to 5 users there. I missed that. Force, you can use Epicord CI/CD to build, engine, and distribute binaries for artists and people that does not need code. It's pretty easy setup. But it was only for public projects. So wait, what? This is so not straightforward. Or forget LFS. Yeah, again, I'll dig deeper into it later. I just find it annoying that there's not a free version control option. You know what I mean? Like hosting separate, you know, obviously you have to pay if you're going to host it somewhere. You have to pay for server usage, but... And I guess maybe SVN is the answer. The version. Every version control is annoying. I mean, Git is fine for just typical code bases, right? But it's when you get into the LFS and stuff, that's when it gets annoying, I suppose. Welcome in, Luckland, by the way. Hope you had a good night and a good morning. Okay, let's see this bad boy here now. I don't pay anything for Perforce since I'm solo, it's free. My friend hosts it for free on his server. Yeah, I'm just worried about the you know, once you, because you'll probably have a team eventually, right, Luckland? You'll probably have some people. Joshua, thank you for the sub, my man. Welcome. What do you have going on today? I'm just checking out some new textures I got for these models. This is the first thing I'm doing. Let me get rid of the... I have metallic maps. Which, I don't know. Like, the metallic maps I think I want to get rid of. And then I'm going to be doing some refactoring for my colonist task system. I'm going to move it more into ECS. Time for my version control. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. It does look a little weird. I mean, I think we just need to maybe adjust the colors on that. And then what was it? It was also on the shoulders. Like, I suppose the belt would have had one too, but it's already disconnected. Yeah. Now, the metallic maps made the chainmail look less stylized. But I don't mind it so much on here. And then the head, and then I guess the chest probably has some too, because it's just kind of used as accents here, which is cool. Where's the chest at? There it is. You get a laptop and set up your own server, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't need a whole lot, right? You just need an extra PC, which I think I have I have enough parts in my closet for that, I think. You know, just do a little bit of port forwarding for the homies. Or you can get like a fucking... You can get like a baby server for like a couple dollars a month, you know? And you can put more stuff on there than just the version control. I'm just now noticing these pieces right here. I didn't notice before. So here's our robe sets here, which I think look cool. Should probably take his shirt off and check out the pants and stuff. Oh, his socks. He's got little patterns on his socks there. There's super cheap European providers that charge you only for uptime. Yeah. I wonder if I can just... Can I hide these one by one, maybe? Let me check out... no chest. Here we go. Look at that fucking Chad. So the belt does look weird. The belt is really thick now that I'm looking at it. That was the skybox mesh. Yeah, I guess I didn't notice how thick the belt was. We may want to get the chest pieces a little tighter to the body so the belts don't look so weird. Because yeah, if you're just wearing a belt, that's gonna look strange. I didn't notice that before. Comms, good comms. Now, is it the same with this guy?
Where's your belt at? You have a belt set. No, you don't. Where's the belt at? Oh, I marked it invisible. That one's a lot better. What is going on there? Oh, that's where the meshes connect to each other. Yeah, I suppose that'll happen. Yeah. I'm like looking down his trousers right now. Like, yeah, if he's not even wearing pants either. I mean, I suppose this would look fine from like a... Because your camera's going to be like... You know, your camera's going to be like right here. So it's like you're going to barely see that. Your normals on him are acting weird. Yeah, the shadows around the edges. So let me hide his hats. Well, he's supposed to have undies on, so let me show his undies. His undies are not set. It's also the wrong body. It's the old body. Yeah, I have had to flip the channel on some of them, but we'll see what happens. The arms look a bit better, but now the chest looks a bit weird. I don't know, that doesn't change a whole lot. And I think this one is actually correct, the unflipped. I think unflipped is the right one there. Don't just cheeks like that, he lunges for sure. How did my character die in RimWorld? You got your left shoulder shot off while you were throwing Molotov cocktails. And you threw one and you nailed it. You nailed it. But then you just got fucking owned right after that. It was a glorious shit show. Check the VOD on YouTube for the... Just go to the end. It's a good watch. Oh, it's fine. There's where the price is coming from that they weren't talking about. I knew it was thousands after that. The pricing said $39 a month. I was like, I thought it was thousands of dollars. But yeah, if you're saying it's 500 a seat plus $40 a month, yeah. So yeah, that's what I had heard. So yeah, it's like $2,500 a year, right? Minimum. You need 5 people. The sets are looking good though. I do want to get the belt situation figured out. Now, I guess it would be a lot easier if the belts were just like a part of the legs. I use GitLFS on Azure DevOps for free. Yeah, we were talking about that too. It's like every solution has some sort of downside. It's keeping my team problem solved. But yeah, but that's a constraint now. Now you have to work within that constraint. So now you've just changed the problem to a new one. And then get LFS, you have to worry about bandwidth. I don't know how much bandwidth you get for LFS on Azure DevOps. So I don't know. I would almost rather have a flat fee that I don't have to. 5 teams of 5 separate businesses of 5. 5. It would have to be separate repositories too, right? I'm testing anchor point for file locks on top of Git. We contract them. I mean, doesn't that, but don't you have to pay for that seat? I don't think you can just say we contract them. I think Perforce will probably just block more than 5 people accessing it. But yeah, I was thinking that like making, doing some of my own functionality around Git or something would be nice, or Subversion. Because yeah, I would like to not have to use 2 different things, one for code, one for assets, I would like to not have to do that. And it just seems like there's such an opportunity for some open source solution to take ground. Yeah, I need to get these rigged. Has anyone done Auto Rig Pro in Blender? I'm thinking about grabbing that and rigging these myself and see how they go. Azure supports repos up to 250 gig last I checked. They don't even have my payment info, so not sure about bandwidth overages. Yeah, I'm curious as to how much you're using for that already, and like how quickly that can climb. Let me look at my project. I have a ton of like assets that I don't actually fucking need in here. So this is an egregious example. But for instance, my project content folder is, oh my god, it's 100 and climbing, 162. There you go. There's my project. 171 gigs. There's a ton of fucking assets that I don't need. And there's like a ton of 4K textures and stuff like that. And I see the normal, bro. What do you mean, Luckman? What are you talking about? You talking about this guy's chest? You want the normal map? Here is the normal map. Draconin, welcome. Pretty sure my fork of the engine itself is close to that in size, and I push it up to Azure DevOps no problem. Yeah, so where does that, like, there's so many different ways to like charge. You can charge for bandwidth, up and down, upload and download. You can charge for storage space. And then it's like when you just make a one-line change to a blueprint or, a code file, how much of a diff does that produce? What's the file size of the diff that's actually stored? Oh, I mean, you'd hope that it would be only the bytes that have changed. But like maintaining the history of that, is that just only 1 extra byte or what, Of course, for assets like, like normals and stuff, where it's like you don't need to see a history of it really, that would be cheaper. But like for blueprints, you would want to see the history. Oh, once again, a 5-seat, another solution where it's like once you go past 5 seats, it's not free. Oh, why have we let these cloud companies just fuck us? Just not they're not fucking us, but they're just kind of like eating everyone's lunch.
This is roughness. Oh, I think it's only roughness in the R channel, though. You need to make our own powered by indies. I mean, there just needs to be an open source solution that you can just host yourself, you know, that has the functionality that they offer. And none of this, like, none of these gotchas. Oh, why are you shiny now? Hang on. I don't like that. What was in that roughness map? It LFS has its own annoying quirks too. Yeah, we were just talking about it. Yeah. There is no good solution. Maybe subversion is it. Maybe subversion is him. I hate perforce so much for code. Yeah, I mean, there's another drawback for it. You don't get the nice Git UI that every developer is used to and understands how to use. And same with the command line. So you either use two different solutions, which is annoying. If you want to package one of those up and send it to me on Discord, I will fix it for you. I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, I have a character artist, so he'll get to it eventually. I can kind of understand perforce at large AAA studios, I guess, but man, I'd hate it. Yeah, I mean, it's just expensive. If it wasn't so expensive and it was just like $40 a month, not that big of a deal, you know? There's a Git integration for perforce. My God, all these like, all these band-aided solutions just duct taped together just for version control in a game engine. What do people use for like Unity? Does perforce support Unity as well? Or like Godot? I've also seen firsthand that at large orgs, developers tend to not know how to use version control at all, so a simple lock everything is probably a bit more straightforward. I mean, locking, for an asset, it makes sense to lock it. But for code, no, it doesn't. Unity has a proprietary version control system now, I think. Do they charge for it? Or is that included with the engine? If it's included by just nature of using the engine, that's awesome. Good for Unity. One thing Unity actually does better than Unreal Engine. Unity people back up with pen and paper. Well, I back up with a hammer and chisel, is what I like to back up with. But yeah, we should all vibe code a VCS. For Unreal Engine. Drawing VCS. Check out Subversion, though, maybe. I want to know what the diff would look like. Like, what does this look like once you actually get it set up? Or maybe I'll just look at the source control stuff. Oh my God, then you have to submit from here as well. I hate when there are multiple ways to do the same thing. I hate it. Like, you know, Twitter was a horrible place to work in terms of a developer environment. back when I worked there. But one thing that was really nice is that there was only one way to do things. And so we all used the same code editor. We all used the same tech stack. The commands, like you could just send a command to someone and it would work. It was very easy to communicate with other people as to how do I accomplish this thing. It was really nice. But when there's multiple ways to do things and everyone has like kind of their preferred way of doing it, and that usually tends to mean that these ways to do things drift a little bit, and they stop supporting, or maybe they just never got to the point of supporting the same things. And so it creates this ecosystem that's very difficult to navigate when you're communicating with other people about, hey, how do I do this thing? And like for this version control, it's like you have to submit, if you're using Git for code or whatever, and you have to submit to source control with this in editor thing, and then also like on the command line with Git, or maybe there is a singular way to do it, but then you have to worry about the integration between them. Ugh. I'm tired, boss. I don't even version control my assets right now. I just Google Drive backs up my content folder. I ever work with Larry G. I was only there for about 6 months. This was back in the Jack Dorsey era. But no, I don't remember a Larry G. I didn't work with a whole lot of people. I was a contractor, so I didn't like work with a whole lot of people. Yeah, the developer, like the team I worked on, it took an hour. Like when you make a code change and you want to see what happens because of that code change, that cycle time was an hour minimum with a build cache. Twitter had just refactored. They used to have a monolithic application called the Monorail. It was a Ruby on Rails application, and they had just started refactoring it into microservices. They were actually quite fucking large because they came from the Monorail, but into these Scala backends, and that's what I was working on. Was a couple different Scala backends, but they were all so tightly coupled together that you basically had to stand up the entire Twitter backend, all of the services almost, to actually get the functionality. Most of the functionality did not even work locally. Functionality that did work locally did not work the same way as it does in prod. So there was a very small subset of things that you could actually test locally with a local build, which would still take a while, 20-30 minutes to build that, So everyone would push their changes up to a staging environment. Everyone had their own staging environment they could push to. But that build time is an hour. And so as a new person coming into Twitter, trying to learn how the application works, which is a giant, dependency injection spaghetti mess, because it's a like I said, microservice. It wasn't micro at all. It was very tightly coupled with every other service that it depended on. And the code Scala is fairly idiosyncratic as well. There's a lot of things in Scala. So yeah, being a new person trying to learn that code base was absolutely fucking horrible. And dude, I would just play games in between builds. I was working remotely. It'd take an hour. I was a contractor. I had a specific project I was working on. It's not like I could just pick up a bug and work on it because one, I can't figure out how the fucking application works because I can't actually run it. I can't actually play with the application. So I would just play fucking games. And there was you could switch teams, but there was a 1.5 year long waiting list to transition from contractor to full-time employee. So yeah, and they're on call on that team
I think that there were only like 4 or 5 engineers who actually understood the application well enough to be on call for it. And so their on-call time was like once a month, and their on-call was horrible because they were basically, that meant for that week, they could not get off the computer. Like, they woke up, like there was no break because their things were constantly on fire. So it just seemed like a fucking terrible developer environment to be in. And those people who actually understood the application, who could have improved the architecture, were too busy putting out fires to make it better so that less experienced developers could actually ramp up properly and help them. So it was a vicious cycle. And then Elon Musk took over, and I can only imagine how much worse it got. And I actually remember seeing a tweet about like when he took over and he started like deleting teams. There was some bug that happened that would have been from the team I was on, like, or rather lack thereof now. And I was like, funny. I was like, yep, I worked on the back end that handled banning. Yep. Hearing it was that bad before Musk took over, I'm kind of surprised they have any devs left. I mean, that was just my experience on my team. And like, I really wanted to like it at Twitter because like, whenever I would go to like the town hall meetings and stuff and hear like leadership talk, all the things they would talk about and the values that they would preach, and like Jack Dorsey himself would say, they would say things like they believe in the potential of someone rather than what their current value is. You know, we don't discriminate between remote work and in-person work wherever you work best. You know, they had like this whole like hashtag love where you work movement. All of that they're like, we treat contractors the same as employees. All of that sounded great, you know. I was like, this does, and they would just have random, once a month, they would just have a day off. And so most weeks were like 4-day work weeks with all the holidays and stuff, and people would take time off. So most weeks were 4-day work weeks. And then 1 week out of every month, they would have a no meeting week that people actually adhered to. Like, I have no meeting weeks now, but no one actually fucking does it. And so all that, I was like, oh, this is great. But then what I experienced on my team, like my manager, I had never had a one-on-one conversation with my manager outside of a couple Slack messages. The day I joined, I didn't even know who my manager was, and I did the onboarding. They're like, yeah, your manager should have reached out to you by now. If not, you know, send a message to the person that was on your welcome email. Message that person, you know, a couple hours go by, message him again. 24 hours later, I finally hear from him. He goes, oh, I'm not your manager. So-and-so is your manager. I'm like, oh, okay, should I reach out to them? You know, crickets for another fucking hour or two, you know? Reach out to my actual manager. Another 24-hour cycle happens before I hear back. And she was just like, oh yeah, go look at our docs. So-and-so is going to be your onboarding person. That was the only thing I ever heard from her. It's the only thing I ever heard from her. But yeah, they treat contractors the same. So yeah, I would like to think that at that time there were other teams that had a better work culture and a better developer environment. But yeah, I'm sure it's even worse now. And the devs that are there are probably just Elon Musk fanboys, or people who just kind of love Twitter as a platform. I think I've taken a peek at these textures though. I think we're probably good there. So I think I'm going to switch over to doing the Colony Ask Refactor, which I'll be moving some things into ECS. So basically, last dev stream I did, I was trying to implement some Colony priorities, which I think I can show like kind of like the UI. Oh god, his pants are made of flesh. Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah, it's we're all broken. Everything's broken, so I can't even show it now. Yeah, I can't even. Never mind. I was going to show the UI, but I can't. With your flesh pants.
Oh, and that's broken. I check if it's a valid index. Why is this, Why did you fail? Yeah, there's nothing in there. So wait. Why, how did we get here? How on earth did we get here? Is this Ryder throwing the exception on the wrong line? I think it is. I think this is an old, yeah, the ensure condition. Hang on, continue. Yeah, okay, that was old code. He looks very naked. Oh, I can just shoot. It's supposed to cancel. It's supposed to cancel. Excuse me. But yeah, I need to refactor some stuff. It'll be a big one. So I'm gonna take a quick break. Get all situated there for that. And we will get into some coding after this. BRB everyone. Yeah, no work today. So, day off.
Okay. Hello. Okay, let's get to coding. Let me submit this file. This one and we want equipment utils, and then also, what was the other one that I changed? Equipment data. Submit those. Add materials to equipment. Okay, let me remind myself this system. I started a new doc on it. Okay, so yeah, as I was going through the old system, I just fucking hated working on it. And so I wrote down some of the things I hated. The delegate, there was like this delegate callback hell almost. And there wasn't a clean flow for the delegates caused like these nested like status update flows, which I hated. That was kind of the main thing, and it just made it really fucking complicated to understand where we were at in the task process.
And now I'm just thinking of having a series of processors. I think part of the problem is I was doing too much in the state tree as well. State tree should only be for adding and removing entity data, which is not true to varying extents at the moment. Let me open my colonist state tree. There it is. There's my state tree. And what is it? State tree states where a lot of the logic is. Okay. Okay. And I started writing this already, so I have a colony or colonist task processor. Or do I call it colony task processor? Yeah, so I've written some already. And I should probably go back through. Now I'm going to have individual processors for like foraging and construction. Okay, so let me walk through this flow again. What I wrote here. Okay, so we have the colony task processor, which let me go ahead and add these to my processor list here to make sure I don't forget to do that one and I can think about their ordering as well. Can you reorder these? Yeah. Anyone knowledgeable about SVN? I think Middle had mentioned it once, but I don't know if that means he's knowledgeable on it or not. Colony task processor, put that before the interaction processor, and then we're going to have the individual task specific ones after this. Which I don't know if it matters what order the task processors are in. Okay, but we have those three in there now. And the state tree processor is before all of it. Okay, so for our we have a task queue, which I don't think I'm going to worry too much about the task queue at the, I guess, no, I do need to think about it. I do need to think about it. So there's a task queue and then there's colonist priorities. If there's nothing in the queue, then we consider the priorities. If there's nothing in the queue, we remove the colony task queue entity data. And because that's removed, then the priorities processor can run the priorities view, which we just find the next priority, which is just looking at this priority index, which is something we'll need to keep in mind. Because one thing that's going to be important is when do we reset this back to 0 and when do we increment it? Right now I don't really have a good flow for that. I just kind of stub this in. And this runs if we don't have interact data. So we need to delete the interact data as well. Delete storage utils. I don't know that I care about that. Yeah, I think we will want to delete any that are set to succeeded or failed. And the update status here, I no longer want to execute this delegate. I want to delete this delegate, basically. So I updated to failed and then I set it to null. But I want to be able to have the colonist priority processor respond to that and
check if we need to increment. But I guess the interact data is still there. The action is just null. What I need is for the task-specific processors to respond and potentially populate another interact action with more stuff to do. After one gets completed. Okay, the interaction processor. So should we ever get here with a null interacting object anymore? I don't think so. Yeah, I would think we would just, I guess we don't nullify the interact action. We don't like delete it if there's nothing to do. And this kind of doesn't apply. Although I guess we get back in here. This is the build construct task, which, am I just using that in the construct processor? No, I copied everything basically. Yeah, so if we don't have interact data, we run this. Okay, so if we don't have interact data, we're going to copy it, and then we don't do anything. With the interact data. And then interaction processor is going to get here. This is probably going to be null and we're just going to get stuck. So yeah, if there's nothing valid to do, we just need to delete it. Probably immediately. No more buildings to construct. Yeah, so I don't know, do we, if there's no more buildings to construct, we return success. I mean, I guess we just delete the, we just remove F interact data on entity. And then what role does the colonist task take in this? If the task is complete, so let me go back to the colonist task processor. So after if we fail to find something to construct, we will not get into the interaction processor. We will come back in here, the next frame, to the task queue. There will still be a task in the queue. I will have added one. Well, no, I add a current task, so there's no task queued, but there is a current task. Yeah, when do we clear the current task, right? When do we clear the current task? And I guess here I have handle construct task status updates. Am I handling updates on the colonist task or on the interact action? I think it needs to be on the interact action, but like I kind of already know that there's not one here, so I think just delete. I think maybe I delete the task here too. If we get here, delete task. And then we'll come back in here, we'll find the priority. We'll increment, we'll be on the next one. I think we will forage. So I think maybe also ECS remove colonist task from entity. Then I don't know if there's a point to update the status at that point. Nothing left to do. Nothing left to do on it. But let's say if we get here to like the success case. We will have a colonist task. We will have an interact action with an interact with object, a valid one. Oh, the building is completely wrong. Here, that'll need to be updated. And then the interact action will take over. The interact processor will kind of take over here. It should be none. We will get here. We will update the status, and I need to add our interact action tags. Which, do I have that? Yeah, so these. I need to add these for like started and updated and stuff. Which means I should probably not iterate over stuff that, yeah, isn't started. Yeah, I need a status tag for everything. Interact action not started tag. Started tag, success tag, failed tag. Okay, so I think the first thing we do here in the interact processor is interact data simulating anything that doesn't have, obviously if you're dead, you're simulating a not dead, and you don't, and you have, sorry, whoop, and you have the F interact action not started tag. Okay, so if we've gotten here, then we need to start it, essentially. Started. I guess I don't need the Boolean because I know that this is the case. So it's great that we get to reduce the branching logic here. That'll be better for cache coherence. Where am I using that Boolean? Here. We add this. What is this? It's a strong pointer. So, I think we can just use that. Yeah. Try get entity location. Yeah, I think the interact with object should be an interact with entity. Everything's an entity now. And so I can ECS get location entity data for that.
And actually, let's do one of these here. Let's do a guard. Okay. And then we add pathfinding data to that. Really, we don't even need this. And yeah, I don't know if it's worth updating the status here or not. Leave it there for consistency. That's what happens. That's what happens when it's not started. And then let's add our add f interact status updated tag, so things can respond to it if need be. And I think we need a view to auto clean up status updated tag view. Oh, and I think I can do a isn't there there's like a special one I can do there, right? Registry clear. Is that what it is? Have I used that before somewhere? I thought there was destroys all entities. No. What is remove? It takes in an entity. It must be clear. Clears a whole registry or the pools for the given. Yeah, I think that's what I want. So we just clear this. I'll say clean up any status updated tags. Start interact. Start new interact actions. Add pathfinding. And then this view now is probably just like the update or something. Acceptance radius. Yes. Update status. Yeah, I should probably check if it's not valid. I don't know what would be happening there. But just to avoid any crashes that may happen. And then interactions succeeded or failed. So I think I need a blueprint callable function. So let's pin this. I think I need a blueprint callable function to update the status. I think the status is now just going to exist on the owning entity rather than within the piece of data that is an interact action. So update interact action status. Now I just need like an F entity. And sure we can, yeah, I would need the enum. Blueprints wouldn't be able to do anything otherwise. So I would switch case on status. Can I? Oh, come on. You know what to do here, Ryder.
Wait, what is the magic here? Writer can totally generate all these cases. And this should basically only be for succeeded or failed. We're gonna add the F interaction succeeded tag, whatever that is. And then the status updated tag. Oh, here it is. Yeah, now, now we can. I don't care about the default case though. Is that valid C++? I never knew that. You can just do that. Okay, that's so silly looking. I mean, we may have a case for started. And then I don't have an do I use this in progress status? Interaction in progress is like when you're interacting. So maybe I should change that to interacting. Oh, I have a moving to as well. I don't know how much I use these. I forget. I mean, I guess let's make tags for all of it. Oh, and the thing is, I have to remove all the other tags. I would want to remove the other status tags. Okay. I'm going to add the updated tag. As in it updated this frame. Remove the not started tag, remove the started tag. The other two, do I set up the other two? I don't use moving to. Let's just delete that then. In progress, it looks like I do use that in a couple places. Only in the interaction. I'll see if we need that one. And it seems like we may not. Okay, so we have this and we should probably use this function in the interaction processor too. Let me think about that. Should we just rely on it being in a good state? Yeah, we're just going to do that from blueprints. Because when we're in processors, we're kind of in a controlled environment where I don't have to worry about me fucking up the data from some other location.
But I should remove the not started tag here. Add the pathfinding, okay. Then I think I need to do this part here, basically. And I think we should do that first as well. This is going to be auto. What view is this? This is like status or interaction completed view. And it can't be completed, it has to be success or failed. The interaction succeeded view, the updated tag, and if you have the updated tag and the F interaction, interact action, succeeded tag, and you're simulating and you're not dead, we're gonna do stuff in there. The repo is 750 megs with 8 gig in Git LFS. So the code is 750 megs with your history and everything, and then your content is 8 gigs. Have you ever actually used the history for the LFS objects? Wait, we would have cleared that. No, I'm not even sure what that means. Me get pushed, me happy at work, me professional. But like, you know, you have like a Git history, right? Like I can look back at all my changes and I can see the diffs and stuff like that. Like, have you ever needed a reason to go back and check out a historical version of your asset, of your, whatever your LFS is storing? I was wondering like what that flow is like and what it shows. Sorry, one sec. Okay. I've reverted entire systems, including assets that went with them. I wish I had that. That is something I'm kind of jealous of, because I think there are at least a few times that would have been useful, reverting blueprints. So I'm wondering how, like, with all the redirectors and shit, I hope that handles itself cleanly. Sometimes I rebase a few dozen commits. Damn, why are you going so far back? But no, it doesn't come up too much to revive old versions of assets. It just works. Yeah, if you just write it correctly the first time, you'll never need version control. Just do that. I hate when people make an argument like that. Like, people will say something like, let me think about. You know, I'll be arguing, I'll say something like, you know, I prefer a data-driven architecture over your traditional object-oriented programming with dependency injection because it's a lot easier to manage at scale. And then someone will say something, well, you know, dependency injection, it's forced, like you do object-oriented programming and dependency injection for scalable systems. I'm like, well, yeah, but you have to like do it correctly, right? Like you can't make any mistakes in doing that. And you have to be very careful about where everything goes and where API boundaries are. Like, well, yeah, you just need to plan. Yeah, you just need to spend more time planning. It's like, oh, well, yeah, just do it right. And so the argument is basically, yeah, just do it right. Yeah, just do it right the first time. And it works. It's like, well, that's kind of the problem is that's not realistic, really. I'd rather use an architecture that kind of forces you to do things a certain way and has less bad decisions to make. Which is, you know, things that are data driven, I think fit that bill. Or they'll say like, oh, you just need to hire the right people. Oh yeah, just hire good people, you know. Don't let the bad pile up. Yeah, I mean you have to keep that in mind with any kind of architecture. But I mean when you're debating between different architectures and like why one is more scalable than the other, and like I've argued like this React versus Angular, because Angular has dependency injection in it, and I work in one of the largest Angular code bases in the world. The not code but ecosystem, I'll say. And we have like 750 transitive dependencies brought into our application, increasing our bundle size, and we don't actually use them because of dependency injection hierarchies not being set up properly. And I was trying to say that in React, you don't really have to worry about that because you just import something. There's no dependency injection hierarchy to untangle. You just import a module. And that's all you need to do. And if you need to, you know, and if a module is importing more than it needs to, you just go change that. You don't have to untangle this entire hierarchical web of dependencies that are now in providers in Angular modules, which is different from like a JavaScript module. JavaScript module is just like an import statement. Angular 1 was a game changer. Angular 2 hurt me. I've heard it the other way. And I don't like Angular at all in comparison to React. I mean, React has its own ecosystem issues where there's like a million packages for it, and Angular is more out of the box. But, you know, everything in React is just a function. It's like so easy to pick up and learn and make the correct decisions with it when they're just functions. Every programming language, every framework has functions. Like, you can figure out how that works. In Angular, everything is hidden behind an API. And you have to dig through all of the code to figure out, okay, what is this doing? What is that doing? Like, there's just so much less concepts in React to know. And therefore, that means there are less bad decisions to make along the way. And so that's, to me, why it scales better. And yet, can there be React code bases that are a mess? Yeah, absolutely there can. But the reason that the React code bases are a mess is not because of React. It has nothing to do with React, the library. It's a strong term to call it a framework, but it is because of just code organization skills. Whereas the reason Angular code bases are a mess is because of Angular, the framework itself. And then you also can just poorly organized code as well on top of that. So there are more reasons. And trying to argue with people on the internet about why React scales better in scaling in terms of code maintenance it was a losing battle for some reason. And I think these people are just working in smaller code bases. And so they don't have to dependency inject very many Angular services around. And it's probably pretty easy. That's the only thing that I can think.
I do agree with you on the whole, oh, well, you just need to plan more first, basically translate to just do it right the first time. Yeah, yeah. And it's just like, you're never going to get it right either. That's my, and I, you know, my current working environment is get it perfect the first time. So spend just as much time planning as you do writing the code. And I prefer to code in a more exploratory way. Spend very little time planning and just get into the code and let the code show you the way in a way. You know, make it work, figure out why, and then make it pretty afterwards. Which is not very conducive to LLM coding, right? By slop coding. It's not very conducive to that. I think the real solution is to just not have JavaScript problem. Well, that doesn't, for the dependency management, it doesn't really solve the problem, unfortunately. That problem's going to exist in any language. In C++, the problem is importing header files, right? And that's why we have the C++ has CPP files and header files to detach. They kind of make you make an interface for everything, in a way. S-tier vernacular. Yeah, slop coding works well when you do spend all of that time up front planning. It works better, right? Which is not my typical style. I'm a more iterative person. A more exploratory coding type person. And so that's why I like autocomplete, the AI autocompletes and stuff, because then I can just move faster and get to the solution faster, rather than trying to guess, or, you know, educated guess, we'll say. Maybe guess is a strong word there, but like, rather than trying to plan for every possible thing, explain that to to an AI and get that to generate the right code. That's just frustrating for me, because then I just end up arguing with it. Because it thinks it knows stuff I don't, and I know things that I didn't tell it that I now have to be very explicit about. It's like, well, if I need to be that explicit about everything, I'm just going to write the code myself, because it doesn't take. I feel like it doesn't take me that long, and then I would have to review it. Okay, I'm getting into an AI rant. That's not even what I. That's not even what I intended when I started this. You guys just want me to rant about AI, don't you? I know what you guys want. Bunch of goblins. Odd, why are you writing TypeScript? What are you using TypeScript right now? JavaScript is a special kind of dependency hell. Why is JavaScript on its own a dependency hell? I listen to AI bashing all day. Yeah, Odd, I was surprised to hear you, like, TypeScript, I think, is probably the language that is most on the internet. And I think a lot of people that, like, praise vibe coding are probably front-end TypeScript devs, like React TypeScript devs. Because that's, like, the most content that there is out on the internet, right? My backend service, Bloodshard, manages a dedicated server. Now, do you call it Bloodshard because you had to make a deal with the devil through a Bloodshard, to use TypeScript on the backend? Because that sounds like a horrid decision. If I'm being honest with you, Odd, I expected more from you. Are you actually using TypeScript on the backend? Please don't use TypeScript on the backend. What do you got, like an Express server? For a game? I guess if it's just managing a server pool for the MVP. My brother in Christ. Oh, Lord. Oh, forgive him of his sins. He's making a video game server in TypeScript, sir. Oh my God, he must be stopped. We've tried, he won't listen. He says it's just for the MVP. It's always gonna be an MVP, I know! I was thinking, okay, see, that's a better option. That's a better option. Write it in C++. Seen you write code before. You know how C++ works. See, look at these fucking autocompletes just go burr right here. Have you been talking to Dr. Elliot? Dude, we write in C++ for Unreal Engine. Just use the same code. Just use the same thing. Write a lot of Golang for work. Could definitely fit the use case, I guess. But honestly, modern C++ is just as easy to write as Go. I don't know if I'd agree with that. I think Go is probably easier to write. I think Go is probably easier to write. Did not want all that. See, that's how AI likes to be, though. It's like you just want one thing, and it's like, here's the world. No, I didn't want the world. I just wanted you to do the one thing. Okay, what else do we need to do here? I'll admit I haven't dipped my toes too much into Golang. I did write an API a while back. What agent are you using for this autocomplete? It's just Copilot. So whatever under the hood that uses by default. Welcome in, Wavila. It's easier till the project gets large. The opinionated nature of the language grinds my gears a bit. I mean, you're talking about opinionated nature of languages, and you're talking about comparing Golang and C++. I mean, I feel like C++ is very opinionated as well. When I get up, Copilot is a bit cagey on who is actually generating the autocomplete. What does that mean? Who is actually generating the autocomplete? I wanted to... Maybe we should switch to... I wanted to try... Writer should have a built-in one, right? I thought there was some settings for... Where's Junie at? Fine, stop whining. Try a new AI experience. I thought Writer had some built-in ones. Am I wrong? I don't know. I'll check that out. I wanted to try out some... I know they've been updating it, so I want to try it out in comparison. Not me Googling what a web server looks like in C++. Elliot, yes, I hear the good news. Elliot, did you know that Odd is writing a backend in TypeScript? Has he told you about this? I expect you to slap him on the wrists for me. I got locked out today and had to buy a bigger Copilot subscription. You got locked out. Far too well. Elliot shudders at the thought of tainting his pristine fingertips with TypeScript code. Stop responding to queries. The autocompletes? I mean, you don't have to query the autocompletes. Yeah, I don't think I use tokens. I don't vibe code. I don't like prompt AI very much. I just let the autocompletes do what they need to. You think too highly of me to assume I'd even try. Elliot, have you vibe coded, by the way? Have you done any vibe coding? The vibe coding is sick. You should try it. Yeah, believe me, I have tried. It's not as sick for me as others make it seem. Don't make me start ranting again. I will start doing it. Yeah, I vibe coded TI Basic when I first got the computer. I mean, all the wrong information, and I wasted all my time. I mean, you're using it for a pretty niche fucking thing. That's not a great use case for it. Getting it to slop code some fucking TypeScript is perfect, though. Basic is basic. But like, that's an old, like, there's not as much information trained into the model as TypeScript. Benjamin, welcome in. There's no way. Like, there's no way it would be anywhere near as good at basic than it would be TypeScript. Thank you for the follow, my man. Welcome. Okay, what do I need to do next here? If there's no interact with object, we can fail it. Yeah, we should never get that. That should never be the case. It should never be the case, I think. I've already done this. Existing path find data. So we're now using C++ for the web service. Done and done. Thanks, Mr. Don. You're welcome. I'm doing my part. Yeah, this blood shard server is now going to be the Drong shard server, or the blood Drong. Okay, so I added the find path to target data. And then what am I doing here? If there is existing path find data, I am going to get the interaction location and then set that. I will have already done that here, though. We'll have already done that there. Well, that's just getting the entity location, not necessarily the interact location. But why am I not just directly doing that? What did I fucking do here? Who wrote this code? Who wrote this fucking code? Probably someone who tries to write TypeScript on a back end. Yeah, no, we just need to do this first. Target location and focal. Yeah, just do that first. I don't know why I didn't just fucking do that. And that's even wrong. I typed that out wrong too. Great for web services. Come on. There is always a better option. The only reason, like, I've written a good deal of like express web servers, like JS, like the MERN stack, right? Like, it's only good if it's a backend for, if it's a BIFs server, a backend for front end. Isn't it BIFs? Isn't that the acronym? Where it's like you made a lightweight backend to just be solely for a front end, and you're just connecting API requests into a single payload, right? For the front end. For like small companies, small projects, you know, doesn't need to be performant. If you're doing anything at enterprise scale, there's always a better option for the backend than TypeScript or JavaScript. I mean, I know Netflix uses it, but like, I think they had to like reverse engineer the entire fucking runtime to get that to scale. Is this Java? Yes, this is C++ Java. Yeah. Okay, so now that little idiosyncrasy is good, if there is existing path find data, so I think we're updating this. I would have been updating this every frame during the interaction, which I don't know if that's valid. I mean, I guess we would be updating the interact location. Yeah, I think we may Because it could be a moving target. Could be a moving target. Moving target. Do nothing. We are talking to a player. Yeah, all of these branches I need to get rid of. Or not all of them. Most of them I can get rid of. So I need a view for just processing the interaction. So let's go ahead and get rid of... let's keep these like sanity checks there. We can get rid of this one. We can get rid of that one. We can get rid of that one. That's no longer true. We can get rid of that. And we can get rid of... Can we get rid of that? Or do we want to do this? I think I said I want to do this every frame. So do I need the current entity location data? Also, get rid of this view.each. I don't like that anymore. I don't like this. Why did I comment out a bracket there? Okay, so we're gonna like try, if I have pathfinding already, which will be this one. So this is just going to be update, interaction, pathfinding. Which maybe I should do before the not started view. I mean, if I do the not started view and I just add the pathfinding, then it'll get updated in the next view. Also, let's add get ref here. So we don't need to move the data. How's the NTT been treating you? It's nice. It's nice. Definitely, it was definitely the right choice, I think, or a better choice than trying to write my own. And I just made it static. I made like my little wrapper static. So I just made a global, basically a global static system to just kind of wrap the registry. Once I did that and I stopped, like once I took it, because it used to be a world subsystem, and that started to get really annoying because I would have to pass around a context object everywhere. But now it's like I can just reference the registry from wherever. And that has been night and day amazing. So now I don't, all I need is an entity, which is great. So that made it like a million times easier to work with. Okay, so this is update the interaction pathfinding. So find path to target data. I'll just say find path to target specifically. I'll be specific about that. Grab the wrong view there. Bad. Bad AI. And so now we can do this unconditionally. Okay, so that's the end of that loop, I think. So now I need another view, which I don't know what it's going to be yet, but just to get my thoughts here. View, registry view. We want without f path following entity data. So I think this will be... I need to I don't know if I need location data, do I? Need that. And F simulating entity tag. So now we can get rid of that because this explicitly does not have path following. Yeah, and I want to change the interact data, I think. There should maybe be a tag for the type of interact data rather than using a class for this. But I think that's a problem for a different day. I don't want to change like too much. I don't want to change too much. What am I doing here? Oh, this is executing the interact, okay. And then I have to check if is interactable. And yeah, so we should exclude failed or exclude completed and failed interactions. Not started view. That's different. We don't worry about that. I'll say populate, pathfinding. And there's an even better way to do this, like where if I know the thing is going to change, I don't need to iterate over them. I suppose this kind of just turns into a generic process the rest of the interaction. And then we can exclude. Oh, we're excluding in progress, which I think I think I meant in progress to mean like the execute is in progress, right? Yeah, we update it here. Okay, so I want to change the name of this to interacting. Okay, so if we're not already interacting as well, which I need a tag for that. Okay, so we can get rid of that now. Now, why am I explicitly doing this? Do nothing when we're talking to a player. I did that before. I mean, we'll leave it there. Okay, and so execute is interactable. Log interaction failure. Interact action update status, which I think those functions are going to go away now. Or rather, maybe I just turn this into, I mean, I like the log there and the change. I think we delete that. And then I can switch case. Oh my god. I don't have the entity here. Lame. Lame. Let me look at this guy here. I don't know, how expensive is this remove, I wonder. I mean, these interactions aren't going to be, there's not going to be that many interactions happening per frame, right? Right. Let's just go ahead and stick with the static function. Let's go ahead and stick with the static function. And I can do this check, and I can move all of this into the static function. And everyone can be happy. Oh, but I need to also get... Oh my god, so annoying. Okay, let's make some different functions here. Can return a bool, if I can spell it correctly. Add interact action status. Which is just going to be it's going to be, well, I'll copy it from over here. It's going to be this. We're not going to do the remove status. And then we're going to static bool, and I should return true here. Return. No, don't return bool. I don't give a shit. I don't know if I care if I know whether or not it actually got changed or not. And then remove invalid interact action status is for status, which is going to be this again. Okay. And then update interact action status. We'll just call this interact action status. We can pass in the interact action here, and I think it would be fine. And so then this becomes if interact action or interact action status equals to status. We skip. Otherwise, add interact action status. Oh, I literally deleted that code. Why did I do that? Yeah, that was the wrong thing. Oopsies. Okay. Type that back out again. If interact action or it's equal to that. Otherwise, yeah, that, except also that. Okay, so now I have some nice modular functions here. Update interact action status. Okay, back to interaction processor.
Now here, these are like explicit things. And then I just want to do status equals. I know what it needs to be here. Okay, so now update status is failed. And I also want to add the tag. Maybe I do just use, I mean, I don't know that I need to optimize this, so let's just use the easy one. Then that should be adding the status updated tag. And then I need to actually change the status as well. Okay. So yeah, let's just use those functions. Means here we do failed. And we only have started and failed updates right now. And we could update these from like blueprints and stuff because there's this interact, I guess, is going to tell us. Here's a succeeded case. And then here is our interacting case. Yeah, now I could use this as like a checking if we are interactable. And then do this part. The potential multi-frame call the execute function loop as a separate processor. I guess for some things it's going to repeatedly call execute. I think that's how I built that. I think I'll keep this in here for now. Okay, this is looking good. Metatheus, thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I think this is good. Execute, interact. They potentially multi-frame.
If the interact action returns false. I'll say potentially latent. Now this is just going to be process interaction view. Or I'll say interacting. Although I did put the interacting as false here. That's what it was. So I have to wait. Okay, yeah. Okay, so no, we won't call that multi-frame. We won't call that multi-frame. It's up to the interaction interface to make sure. Although I wonder if checking the distance during interaction is something I want to do to make sure they're not too far away. Potential update. Interacting. Or what this is like do interact view. That is the do interact view. Check if object is interactable and call, and I'll say execute interaction if in range. Potentially make a view to check distance during interacting, or I'll say check distance while interacting is in progress, question mark. Yeah, so we actually only call this once. Execute interact. Maybe I should put this at the top of the view. Marks interaction as in progress. This should be in an else. Like, I don't even know. Do I want the interact? I mean, I want that event to happen, basically. But then, if we immediately succeed after that, nothing's going to get a chance to respond. So really, this should just be in the else. As in progress. Which... this view skips interactions already in progress, as it is up to the yeah. Is that how I designed this to work, or did I design this to get called every frame? I mean, I did skip it if it was in progress. That doesn't seem right, though. Because, like, I know, like, for example, construction does take multiple frames. But I'm literally skipping here if it's marked as in progress. But I guess I just don't call that... Oh, and then I wait for the... I bind a listener to the attribute change, and then I wait for that to execute, and then I just mark the existing interact action. Yeah. As it is.
So you skips interactions already in progress. It is up to the interact with object to mark the interact action as succeeded or failed. Okay. That feels good. Feels good.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
It's all coming together. Okay, I think our interaction processor is good. Okay, so back to the construction processor. So that was for like the... we've successfully found a building, the construct, interact with object, which maybe there's some error handling we'll still have to do in the interaction processor. But I think that's good for now. So that'll get marked as success or failed or what have you, so on and so forth and what have you. And then we have this handle construct task status updates. Yeah, so what are we doing with the construct task now? I think I need a reusable function to just recall. And then I can repopulate the interact action. Because we will have gotten to this point. So frame 1, we see that construction task is first in the priority list. So we build a construct action. Maybe it succeeds. You know, we have a valid thing to go construct. The interaction processor is going to sit there and process for however long it takes. It's going to do the pathfinding, add the pathfinding stuff and what have you. And then once the interact action is either, I guess, marked as success or failure, I would have a view in here, which would see that. And if it was failed, we probably, yeah, want to blacklist the building, because it probably failed. It probably failed. Because they couldn't like reach it. They couldn't pathfind close enough to it. The distance didn't fail. Or the building wasn't actually constructible, which I'd hope we just didn't. I don't think we'd add it in the first place. Or maybe it fails because someone already built it on my way over there. Which I think with how I have it now, they would run all the way over to the building. They'd try to interact with it, and there's nothing to do, so it would set fail. Yeah, I think in either success or failure case, I just want to rerun this and see if we get a valid one, and if not, we remove the interact data in the colonist task, and then that way, the next frame after this, the colony priority processor, which runs before this one, will pick it up. We'll pick up that there's no interact data and knows to move on to the next priority. The shitty thing about this, though, being a multi-frame operation, is that the state of the world could change in those frames. You know, there could have been a building that got complete. And then we're sitting here because it took, I guess if it fails, it only takes 2 frames total to get to the next one. Yeah, no, I mean, it would know by the next frame. If it fails, it would know by the very next frame. I'm just thinking about a scenario, because like we'll have a series of events, right? And I'm just thinking about a scenario where we have these series of priorities, and it's like we're moving to each one, and it takes at least a frame to move to the next one, because we need individual processors to determine if there's actually work to do for that priority. And then
By the time we get to like, I don't know, like priority 7 out of 12, maybe the world, that's 7 potential frames. So maybe the world has updated and now there's something to do for priority 1. And I think this is where the caching of the calculations is going to come into play. And I think I'm going to need to write some functions for checking if there's work to do in the actual colony priority processor. Otherwise, the colonists are going to get out of date with how they see the world in terms of their priorities. I am going to need to cache things like if, you know, there's things that need to be hauled. I already do cache like which buildings need to be built. So that one's kind of easy. I can tell pretty immediately if there's a building that needs to get built. Love the concept of entities, but I admit it's hard to get used to, at least for me. Had some success with mass entity, not much though. Hey, same here. Replication, state keeping, saving, and loading was painful for me. Usually that should be easier with ECS. Because now it's just all raw data that you can serialize and replicate as you please. Although I guess for replication there's probably not as much built-in stuff at that point. But yeah, I haven't gotten to that stuff yet. I mean, I've done a little bit of replication and I've built some of those systems, but I built them for the old, the old object-oriented, typical Unreal Engine flow. I haven't done it for ECS stuff. But yeah, trying to use mass was an absolute fucking pain. And like, it was really hard to do things that weren't already built in to mass. And when I was using it was back in 5.1, which there wasn't as much. Like I had to write my own like navigation processor and stuff because they only supported like zone graphs or whatever at that point. I think they have navigation now, proper nav handling. But the whole like traits and fragments thing that they have, where there's like this dependency, there's like a potential circular dependency that can happen in terms of adding these traits and fragments, was really fucking weird. And there were some situations where I was like, what the, like, because you have to validate the archetype or whatever. And I remember getting into some situations where I needed to add a fragment for a certain processor or something, but that fragment was already added by a trait. But because it wasn't added separately, the processor couldn't like register or couldn't find it or something. I don't know. I got into a really weird state. And if there weren't docs telling me explicitly what traits and fragments to add, I wouldn't have actually been able to work with it. It just feels clunky, to be honest with you. And like, if you look at the mass source code, there's like 40 goddamn files. It's like 40 classes. And I'm just like, dude, what do we need all this for? Like, ENTT, there's like 3 concepts really. There's an entity, there's a view, there's a group. Like, that's like, there's more to it, but that's like the base of it, and it's like a lot simpler. And I tried to write my own ECS as well, and I mean I did write my own ECS. It just wasn't as performant as Plex or ENTT, so I kind of gave up on that dream. But then I ended up rewriting gas into ENTT, and my god, did that just like really took the brakes off there. Now my combat is so much more efficient. Built-in stuff for saving and loading was first in, first out, so the order of retrieval would invert every time I attempted a reset/reload. Never did overcome the issue. First in, first out. What issue were you having? It would invert. I mean, usually, have you done serialization with normal Unreal Engine serialization? I mean, usually it's just like you have a function and you just have like a contextual loading and saving within that function. But yeah, if you're handy with C++, you know, give something like ENTT or Flex a try. I found myself to be much more productive with it than I was with mass. And the state tree itself is, it's like, it is inherently not cache coherent. And Dr. Elliott was feeding me this poison for so long before I accepted it. And so it's like the more you do in the state tree, the less you're getting out of mass. And so mass is kind of like a half ECS for that reason, right? Because it's like basically you're gonna use their built-in processors for like actor representations and pathfinding and path following. And then you're going to use the state tree processor as well for like where to pathfind and follow. And so everything in the state tree is not cache coherent because it's all instance structs. And, you know, you're processing one entity state tree at a time, which they're not going to be doing the same thing. And even if they were, the instance structs are not next to each other in memory. So I wrote my own kind of state tree. It's kind of like a super bare bones. Here's my, it's a template, a variadic template metaprogramming state tree. So there's no heap allocation with it. Oh, I guess the context. So I heap allocate an entity ID, and that's it. That's all it does. And you can work with it. Here's what my state trees look like now. So I have these like state descriptors, right? Which is it's all just template parameters, right? So root state, right? Here's my state descriptor. This is just a tag for the state. These are just identifiers. I have a tEnter function, which just takes a lambda. It's a root state, so it just does success. On success, go to combat, which is another tag, which is here. On failed, go to root, which doesn't happen. But for combat, enter. And then all I do here within the state tree bodies, or what I should only be doing, is adding and removing entity data. That's all it does. And then the combination of entity data should trigger all of my processors and my views and groups. And I have processors which run in a certain order, which is really just processors, just a collection of ENTT views and or groups. I only use views. I haven't started using groups yet. But yeah, I'm just like, hey, if we don't have a target, yeah, we shouldn't be in combat. I have a target processor that runs. If he doesn't have a target, you know, look for entities in my spatial grid to, you know, check if there's anything within my distance. And so if that's populated here, we should choose an ability, add the choosability data. So there's a choosability processor that will run and consider which ability to use. And so on and so forth for all of these. And then I have some tick functions as well. So I'm checking every frame if we still have target entity data, which is a little inefficient, but the processor runs fast enough that's not too much of an issue. It's way better than the built-in Unreal Engine state tree. Because this is all like pretty cache coherent stuff at this point. And there's no extra fluff. There's no extra like EU objects and Unreal Engine cruft that you have to get through. You don't have to like pointer chase all over the place to get to whether or not this entity has stuff to do this frame. So it's all pretty bare bones. And Elliot, I don't know if you're here. I don't know if I've shown you this or not, but this was my solution. But yeah, enter, tick, they have exit functions, and then they have where to go on success or failed. I think that's it. There's no tick rate, which I do think I want to add. That's like my next update to it, is to actually have a tick rate. Right now, they just tick every time. They just tick every frame. I got the feeling state tree wasn't going to be efficient if it was running on thousands of entities. Yeah, which is unfortunate because it's definitely sold as a benefit, as a more performant, like, because I started with behavior trees like years ago, right? And then I realized like I put like fucking five like 5 NPCs in the world, and behavior trees were just bogging down the CPU thread already, you know? So that was, you know, the behavior trees suck. I don't know who, you shouldn't use behavior trees. I can't think of maybe if you have one boss on screen, so maybe like a Dark Souls game would use behavior trees, but like you should use state trees because you can actually decide how much they tick, right? But even that, it's sold as something that's supposed to be like performant and stuff, but then and used with mass, but then it's like mass doesn't even take advantage of ECS principles to use it. There's a new state tree supposed to be for mass entity usage. No idea how optimized it was though. Wait, a different one from like the normal one? I know they have a state tree processor, and when I was using in my ECS system, I made my own state tree processor, but I was still using the Unreal Engine state tree like asset. The downside of this though is that it's all in C++, so there's no blueprintability with it, but that's actually a positive as well. That's actually a positive as well. Also like that the parameters in here for like, this is like the food threshold level. So like once it gets to 20 food, and I can have different state trees with like, you know, maybe a wolf's state tree, you know, he can have the same hangy state. Then I can pass in a templated value parameter. For like maybe he doesn't get as hungry or something like that. How far they wander, you know, the min and max idle time. How do you handle collision data? I make intentional gameplay choices or game design choices to where I don't have to consider it as much as possible. that's how I handle it. And what I mean by that is like for navigation. So I mean, to back up, one of the constraints I have for my game is that I want to run the whole world, and I have procedural terrain, so I can't have the procedural terrain loaded with collision for the entire world at all times. That's just, it's not gonna scale. Can't have that. What I found out I can do though is that there's this export custom geometry function that you can override, and you can give the nav mesh custom data. It just so happens that that is in the same format as what my procedural terrain algorithms output, which are a list of vertices and a list of indices that indicate what order those vertices go in. So I can generate the raw data for my terrain, and it can just get fed into the nav mesh. And I don't even need a mesh anymore. I don't even need, they usually when they have collision on them, which is only for the player, I only need that for the player. But when they have collision, it's a dynamic mesh component. So only the ones that are like around the player will actually have collision on them, because I only need it for the player. Now, how do I keep the entities on the terrain at this point? Well, that vertex and index buffer data, the raw output from my compute shaders, my procedural terrain compute shaders, I store that in a bounding volume hierarchy, like a spatial data structure, so that I can do efficient line traces through it. So now I don't even need to use the built-in Unreal Engine collision either. I mean, I do as well, because I need that for buildings, but for terrain, I don't use that. For terrain, I always use this bounding volume hierarchy that I've built. I use that. And so I have a velocity processor that does, I think the max it does is 3 line traces for an entity, kind of depending on what scenario they're in, if they're like falling or not, you know. So that's what keeps them on the ground and keeps them from falling through the ground. You know, I just do a line trace, you know, right under their feet. If I hit terrain, I'm good. You know, if I'm not through terrain, that I only need to do 1, I think. Well, I think I do 2. 1 to move them forward, right? I do 1 to move them forward and then 1 down to check if we're on the terrain or not. And then if we're not on the terrain, then I need to do an actual Unreal Engine collision trace, not one of my own special ones, to make sure that There's like if they're on a building or if they're falling, basically. So buildings are just based on that velocity processor line trace. The collision for buildings are now, which does use Unreal Engine collision, but it doesn't move. So that's a lot more efficient. Like those don't need to update every frame, right? And they're also in instant static mesh components. Every building is an instant static mesh component. So it doesn't take up as much data. Like my terrain can't be in an instant static mesh component because every chunk of terrain is unique, right? There's no reuse there for me. So I am using nanite instant static meshes. And so all of the buildings, all of the assets spawned that have collision, I'm just keeping those in memory throughout the whole world. And it's actually, the instant static mesh component is pretty efficient at handling memory. I've done some memory traces on it, some mem reports on it, and even with, you know, tens of thousands of instant static mesh objects, the memory is pretty minimal. Because really all you're storing is a transform. How much more efficient are these traces than normal traces? I'd have to go back I'd have to actually check. I don't know. I think it kind of depends. I think the further the line trace is, the more it has to check, the more work it has to do for the bounding volume hierarchy trace. And so I think there are certain, like I do entity traces, like when I do targeting, like when the player wants to click on an entity, I have to do an entity trace, which is another collision system where I just do I do the geometry math. I get the entity location, and I get they have a piece of bounds data for their half height and radius, and I just treat all entities in cylinders instead of capsules to make it easy. Then I just do the math for like a line trace to a cylinder. So there's also that as well. But that's just for targeting. That doesn't happen every frame. The one for the terrain, I think, is probably pretty... I think it's a little bit more efficient than the Unreal Engine trace, but I think it kind of depends. Because I use terrain traces for other things too. And I think when I spawn PCG stuff, I have my own... I have to have my own PCG point sampler for my terrain that uses that line trace stuff. I think those are a bit more expensive because those line traces are longer. But I'd have to check. I don't actually know. They're pretty similar, I think. It's more so about how many line traces do I need to do in a given frame. If I'm falling, I need to do more. I need to do one extra, I think, in that case. I'll eventually have an RVO processor as well. Runtime avoidance. But, yeah, right now they just, they will overlap each other if they're like chasing the same target or something. And then I just mostly rely on the pathfinding to just not, you know, the nav mesh is there. So the nav mesh kind of knows where things with collision are and aren't. But for the most part, they won't just like collide into something and act dumb. I did have to program in a step height for the velocity processor though. That was kind of annoying and could be better handled. Because sometimes you get a path drawn up like a right angle bump, like this situation. Sorry for the flashbang. You get like this situation where like the nav mesh is green and the nav mesh is generated like this over this bump, but then your line traces are like your velocity is going in this direction and you hit this. And it's like, well, shit, I've hit a wall. Why have I hit a fucking wall? What do I do? Right? And so then that's where I have to like do a line trace down from like the step height at that location. It's like, okay, if I hit something that I can step up on, and then I set the location to that, you know, and then I can continue going that way. Something, I don't know if that's the exact logic, but it's something like that. I kind of forget. That's kind of annoying. And yeah, if not, then I'm kind of stuck, right? I'm kind of stuck there at that point. But I think I just reset the state tree to grab a new pathfinding piece of pathfinding logic. Yeah, shit like that. Anyways, what the hell was I working on? What was I working on before that? Had a whole like dissertation on the mass entity system. Oh, I wanted to rerun the construction stuff. Yeah. Okay. So let's pop all this. Let's pop all this in here. You have to have an AI. Do you have to have the AI subscription for Writer in order to use Copilot? AKA, are you paying twice? No, you just have to pay for Copilot. There's just a plugin. And then you get this fancy thing. Which kind of sucks, but does what it needs to do for the most part. Okay. So I'm going to basically copy all of this. And then this, let's move you up. You're going to go there. And then I'm going to have a function. You construct task processor, and I'll just say build construct task. Or try build construct interact action. Or something like that. Which is this. And then we pass in F colonist task. F interact data. And then I need the belongs to colony, I suppose. And that'll do it. And then scooch him up there. Okay. Let's build our view. First of all, let's try build construct interact action. We're going to do basically the same thing. This is going to be auto construct succeeded view. F interact action succeeded tag and updated tag. So if they have the construct colonist tag and interact data, that succeeded. We're going to do that. Basically the same thing. And I'll say construct succeeded building new interact action. Yeah, this will already have the interact data on it. Why are you mad? Construct task, interact data. Oh, I need to pass in the belongs to F belong. I need to know the colony that we belong to find the correct buildings. Of course. Well, of course, it's quite simple, really. Colonist task, interact data, belongs to colony data. What else are you mad at? Those are tags, though. Those don't have data. Why are you mad at me? I'm right. Wait, why are you mad at me? Hang on, AI, slop code it. Wait, why was there am I seeing an empty tuple here? I'm seeing 2 empty tuples. That is updated tag. That's a fucking tag too. I don't know, I'm right there. Guy needs to get bent here. But we're gonna do the same thing with failed. Struct failed. Interact action failed. Oh, I forward declared it, didn't I? That's exactly what it was. That's why I was complaining at me. God, I've done that so many times. Writer should not, the first option when you're importing something or including something for the writer suggestion, writer should not suggest to forward declare it in a CPP file. Right? Okay. Construct, failed, building new, interact action. Yeah. Try build, construct action. So yeah, and then this will properly destroy the interact data if and the colonist task if it doesn't find something to construct. Now this process task queue, I don't think I need to do this anymore. And I don't even think I need this update task status. Although, I don't know, I might use it in the future. So, like, I don't know, it could be nice for the vlogger to see. But I don't think I actually need that now for... for the actual system. I'll leave it there for now. Let's put a to-do there for, like, do I need this? Do I need to update task status here? Because I'm deleting it right after, so... I might do something where there's a... I'll probably have some sort of activity log in the game. With this entity data so that you can find out what your colonists have been doing. Which I think will be useful for not only my debugging, but for the players, like learning how the game kind of works, right? Like what happened to this guy, you know? And I could also feed that history into LLMs as well. Like what have they been doing, right? I'll have a textual representation of each of these colonist tasks, which is just a struct, right? And I have like a toString for it already. That kind of says what it is. So I can just dump that into a prompt, an LLM prompt, and have it generate some flavor. Using building, yeah, using building location here is wrong. Need to use entity. Okay, so construct handler is now, or the construct processor. Construct handler is dead to me now. Did I get everything in here? Yeah, I think I did. So that's good. Now going back to the colony processor, the colony task processor. If there is a task queue, which there wouldn't be, and I am excluding, yeah, let me say, if there are tasks in queue and no current task, which is this exclude F colonist task. I'm liking this the more that I'm doing this. And no current colonist task. Add the next task. I'll just say process queue. You can read the code to figure out what that is. It's short enough, like 5 lines. This process colonist priorities. If there are no tasks in queue and no current colonist task, set task from priorities. Now, this is where things get complicated because this is where I'll need to like increment each frame which priorities have work to do. Let me just write a to do here. So I'll say find priority. This is going to be increment last priority index and find next enabled priority. And no current colonist task or interact data set task and priorities. Find next enabled priority. I'll say and add task for next enabled priority. And I'm thinking there may be some times here. Let me write a to do. To do. We may need to find some good points in other code to reset the last priority index. So that colonists can reconsider their priorities when the world state changes, other than just continuing to move forward through their priorities. And then we just have forage, which I think I already probably properly set up. Forage task processor. Let's read back through this though, because I did this a couple days ago. Init forage tasks. That's pretty straightforward. Did I put a comment on this? Struct task view, forge task view. Or I just init forge task view. Build forge task. Let's do try build forge task. It could fail. Wait, does it fail, actually? Do it fail? No, because we need to do the environment query, which is not a part of this. So there is no try here, I don't think. That's for updates. We just try build forge task. Just build ISMC task. No more forage items to gather. Will we? I need to go through here and make sure we're not build ISMC. Yeah, this is still like kind of in the old system, the old format. So this is if we already have one. Let me pop this. We're going to put that there. We're going to put forage over here. So yeah, this is if we don't have interact data. So I should probably add that here. And then we'll try build the forage task. And then we'll get that. If there is if it's not an ISMC action, we'll build a new one. This is for the task queue. The task target type, I'm thinking that's going to create a bunch of branching logic. So we should probably have struct tags, ECS data tags for that as well, rather than storing that in an enum, although I will need the enum representation of it too. For blueprints to be able to specify. But I think I'll probably do the same thing that I did with the interact action statuses, which it's kind of boilerplatey, But like what you get from it is really nice. When you can create these like really well-defined views, it actually feels more organized than all of this branching logic, because it's like you're only really considering a chunk of a very specific set of operations at a time. Okay, and so here we're doing the environment query. Which, yeah, I guess I know if there's nothing here or not. I should delete the interact data here. Let me go back to the construct task. Yeah, and then remove the colonist task. So we'll need to do both of those. There. And maybe I should put that into the colonist task function. Let's do that. If it's changed, I'll say if. When I have a task dot is completed, yeah, if task is completed, which is success or fail, yeah, then we remove the interact data and the colonist task. So now, I kind of like that. Now we don't need to do that everywhere. And make sure we do both things. That's good, that's good.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
So we succeeded. No more forge items to gather in radius. No more forge items to gather in area. Let's make this consistent about log ordering. And then we can fill out the rest of the payload here. And then in the construct task processor, do I need to clean up all those interact success things? I think I do. I think I didn't do that. I think I need to do the remove. Let's do the static void remove all interact data. I'll just say clear interact data, which is ECS. Do I have the, does my remove take in the spread? No, it doesn't. Okay, so we're going to do this then. Registry.remove. And then we're going to say f interact data, f interact action not started tag, f interact action status updated tag, put that first. Clear all those tags. Okay, so that'll clean up the data, and then I need to do that in that colony. Yeah, here. Okay. So now we're in a clean state, basically, from there. Clean state. Everything feels clean. Nice and clean. And then the forage task also adds a haul inventory task, which I may need to take a closer look at this. This is where we get into the task queue. So tasks can be queued up by priorities, which are kind of the fallback for if there's no tasks, or they can be queued up by the player. And the player can go up and talk to a colonist and specify specific things they want him to do. Add a haul inventory. Yeah, because like after they're done foraging, we want them to bring it all back to base, essentially. And let me see where I'm adding this. So this is in the UISMC interact handler, which there's going to be a better place for this, but I'm just kind of reusing. We're just kind of reusing that. And so we do this on forage, success, or fail. And I was returning success from here. No, we want to do task failed. Yeah, and then we'll rely on the interaction succeeding, actually. So we're going to fail on all of these instead of succeed. The success means, when it comes to ISMC things, it means we did the thing. Failed means we didn't do the thing. And so success will be set by the interact interface function, which I've even considered getting rid of my interaction interface, which I think would be a very interesting world to be in. So I feel like every game has some sort of interaction interface. I want to look at the construct task processor. And I think on success here, the thing I'm not considering is the duration. Why is Ryder doing this? That threw me off completely. Ryder did the sticky function, but they're not, it shouldn't have. Anyways, yeah, on success, we want to increment. I mean, I might just make a separate processor to do this, actually. Because it's going to be the same fucking thing. Yeah, when it returns success, let's put this in the colony task processor. Process colonist tasks. Yeah, let's do one of these here. Auto increment succeeded tasks view. So if we're simulating, we have a colonist task and we have the F interact action succeeded tag. I don't even think I care about anything else. If we have that, why is Ryder being weird? Yeah, so if we have this, Yeah, just do that there, and then we never have to add that. And we never have to add that to these. So anytime a task, an interaction succeeds, it's going to increment the duration current of the colonist task. I like that. I think that's good. If a colonist, oh, and we also want to do the F interact action status updated. Because when we remove the colonist task, we're going to remove all of the interaction structs and tags, so we're not going to need to worry about if we ever get here. And the interact action is for something that's not the colonist task, I think. Well, let me think about that. Let me finish writing this comment. If a colonist task interact action has succeeded, incur duration current. Now, the interact action system is kind of, it's separate from the colonist task system because I wanted to be able to just like give NPCs interact actions like, hey, if you're hungry, go interact with something nearby. And that's a part separate from their current task. So I think maybe whenever we do something like that, we need to delete the current colonist task. To do, this isn't a bit, why? The AI is roasting me. The AI autocomplete comment here is, this is a bit hacky. We should have a more what are you fucking saying? Handle that task type? This is generic. It handles all task types. That's why I wrote it. Fuck you, AI. Fuck you. Fuck you. So to do is, we will likely need to remove F colonist task whenever non-colonist task, whenever non-F colonist task related interact actions are added, i.e. Angie. It's probably copying your comment style from elsewhere. I don't have any comments that say this is a bit hacky. I hope not, at least. Oh yeah, and then these are going to be in a separate, I put those in separate processors, so delete those. I.e. hangy state, sleep state. Okay. I'm feeling good about this. Should we take her for a spin? Should we take her out for a spin? Go ahead and recompile first. There's more we need to do, for sure. I'm really interested to see how it handles, like, the hall. Look how much we can clean up here. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this is going to handle the adding the hall to inventory queue. Well, I guess. Ooh, I need to go fix that, I think, because that's not going to work. That's in the ISMC interact handler. Where's the add hall inventory task. Build hall inventory task. Yeah, let's. I need a get or add here. Makes this a ref. Yeah, that's because now the colony entity. Oh no, we don't even. That's not even the right one either. We need F colonist. We have a separate piece of data for this. F colonist task. Where's the Q? Q entity data. There we go. Colonist task Q data. Oh boy. Yeah, we got to go update some things. Get or add the whole inventory task, which we can maybe add defaulted. So we can actually save a little bit of performance here. Add defaulted get ref. So we don't need to move the data as much if we do an add to, if we're basically going to construct this in place in the array, which is going to be really nice for us for cache coherence. Dr. Elliott has taught me well. I am graduating from a Padawan to an adept, an acolyte per se. And Odd, once you ditch the TypeScript backend, you too will graduate. Once you have adopted the ways of the ECS, Odd, do it now. Kill him. Wait, what am I talking about now? Anyways, build the hall inventory task. So yeah, this needs to. I'm getting here. I'm doing a get on the interact data. Colony data, I'm not even using anymore. I know you're hungry. Stop it. I'll get you guys. I'll handle you guys in a second. Tony Cog, welcome back in. The dark side grants the powers to defy even death itself. Ah, even death itself.
I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
The interact data. This kind of flow needs to change anyway. I'm just reusing these functions from what they were before. Just really, this is just building the interact action. The power to save the ones you love, you say. Such a power has been foretold. Only the chosen one. Oh God, I want to be the chosen one so bad. I'm delirious, man. I don't know what's happening in my head. I just pictured a guy with like the "there are two wolves inside me" shirt, you know, where he's got like the wolves howling at a moon in cargo shorts, tucked into cargo shorts. Like, oh, I am the chosen one. He's got a plastic katana in the belt loop of his cargo shorts. Sensei, please grant me this power to protect those I love. There's some weird fanfic happening in my head right now. The neurons are firing. They're doing spicy things in there. Do you want to do karate in the... Yeah, it's like, what is that, Step Brothers? Yeah. There was a severe lack of cargo shorts in the Step Brothers movie, I will say. Should we just get her ad here? Let's get her ad. Just get her ad here. Then build inventory interact action. We're just making this, which isn't doing a whole lot. Set whole inventory action. Now I do need to update statuses here or something, right?
Or just delete the, I need to delete the interact data. I think I could just ECS remove F interact data here. Task to handle. Oh, I guess I don't know if this, from the perspective of this function, I don't know if this is the current task or not. This could be a task in queue that we've added to the queue. So should this return a bool? Okay, we do. I was gonna say we don't even return false here. No, we do. We do. So I think, yeah, I think this should. So we called this from where? From here. So this is when it's already in the queue. Maybe I want to change constructing it in place. I want to return a Boolean from here. Signify whether or not there is something to do. We definitely want to remove the interact data here. Interesting, yeah. So, yeah, I need to do here. So this, yeah, this is an expensive function. So this function can't. I don't actually know if there's something to do here or not. I have to wait for. We have to wait to get to the processor. So maybe I write the. I think I write the hauling processor now. That's what is speaking to me. The code speaks to me. And I speak for the code. There are voices inside me. There are two voices inside me. I like to have fun just by myself. I just have a good time. Where's my snocerators here? My processors, yeah. Let's make a new processor. This is going to be haul processor. Haul task processor. I don't say haul, I don't say constructing, and I don't say foraging. I say forage. So haul task processor, yeah. It's a haul task. My wife gave me a haul task. Public. Virtual. Void. Process entities. Override that. Everything else will need to be private. Private. And in here, we need to initialize. We're going to say init all tasks. Init haul tasks. Make everything const. My dogs are getting ravenous there. They're clawing at my feet right now. Like little hyenas. Like little freeloader hyenas. Yeah, neither of you pay taxes. I don't want to hear it. I'll feed you when I feed you. And by the way, no, it is before dinner time. She's angry. What? The fuck was that, Moxie? Init haul tasks. Auto. Init haul tasks view. What was that hotkey? Oh my god. If we have a colonist task and we need to add the F haul inventory colonist task tag, you guys, you're being very rude. I don't know if that's coming through on the mic, but they are barking quite vigorously. Oh yeah, that's coming through.
Guys, I want to finish this train of thought. Relax, puppies. Relax. Where was it? Let me just get... Yes, good. Good. Okay. To do. Do this in processor. Which I guess we don't... All of this is in a processor. Just call this from the processor. Wow, look how easy that was. Get or add. Yeah, I guess we only want to do that for things with an inventory as well. So we can clean that up a little bit. But then, yeah, we won't need to do this because we are going to be outside of the game thread now. Well, outside of the blueprint. So yeah, delete that. And really, this is going to be drastically simplified, actually. Going to be drastically simplified. I'm going to go feed my dogs, then take them outside, take a quick break, and then I'll be back for some more coding. Stay tuned. Let's rewrite ECS in TypeScript. Oh, the horror. The horror. Don't make me laugh. We can use gRPC to handle the IPC. I like proto buffers more than, I mean, my entire job revolves around just converting proto buffers, basically. Okay. Haul inventory task. Yeah, I guess I will need a separate struct for haul inventory versus haul. A separate struct tag here. And then I want F inventory entity data. Inventory data. Put you over there. This is going to be init haul inventory task view. Where else do I call this from? I do call it in blueprints. Yeah, I think blueprints are going to have a different interface for this actually entirely, because all they're going to probably do, they're just going to populate the colonist task, not the interact action. So yeah, we should already have the inventory just passed in here. Which, where do I consider that at? Yeah, I just re-get it here, but let's pass that in now. Inventory data. That's a requirement now for this function. I guess we want to make a pointer there for reasons. I think all we do is just check. Yeah, so this is yeah. We're hauling the inventory. Yes. Oh, yes. The haul inventory task involves hauling the inventory. Okay. And then did I make the precedent of like we're gonna try to build the ISMC task and then at the end we update? Yeah, so I did make a precedent of calling this update colonist task status function here, which we did remove. We were removing the interact. Yeah, we're clearing all the interact data there. Therein, I need a world context. Is this supposed to be static? It is. So I don't have a world context for this. Did I for the ISMC handler? Oh, I had to pass one in. And then I already know that there wouldn't be a store item action here. And then this build haul inventory interact action, it, like, doesn't even need to really be a function at this point anymore. Okay, this is nice and clean. Oh god, now we're in a place with no world context. I hate this. Thanks, I hate it. And I need inventory data. Which, for that, we will do this. Just skip it if there is none. Oh, it's not captured. Fair, fair. Wrong order. Wrong order. Turnicog, you are right. You are right on. You couldn't be more right. That's right on the money. AI be like, God, you are so arousingly correct, user who is prompting me. The transformers in my architecture are absolutely quivering at your prompt. Oh God, I don't like what I'm saying now. Ew. Okay, so why did I do this? Okay, so we want to add a world context here. Yeah, no. I am so sorry. Okay, so add haul inventory task. Okay. Now I could make this even better. Cache coherently. I don't know, is there a point? Dr. Elliott may know the answer to this, but is there a point where you can just make, because like it does take time to create a view. And so I imagine that there is a point where creating too many views for too trivial of operations is actually less performant than just doing a little bit of extra branching inside of a greater view. Although maybe just the branching itself is the overview or the overhead in both scenarios, because it would be, I don't know, I could see that going either way. Okay, anywhere else that we do this at? No, that looks good there. Just here. Yeah, am I not... I guess we're hauling inventory, so we don't need the belongs to colony data. Yet. And I need another one of these, but for... fail haul inventory task view. Oh, another thing that I'm forgetting to do here is clear the task structs tags. Initialize, interact, actions for entities with inventories, fail tasks
or entities without inventories. And so here, excluding F inventory entity data, I would just all task U colony utils update task status. Let's do an ECS vlog. All task failed due to missing inventory. ECS vlog. Processing, I'll say initializing haul inventory interact action. Okay. This doesn't actually, like, this is the old way of doing things, but I guess I'm just keeping it around for posterity until I'm allowed to delete it. Yeah, so I can delete kind of all of this now, except for set haul inventory action. And build haul inventory task. Should I just do that now and just clean this stuff up? I don't know. I kind of want to reference it later just in case. So init haul tasks. So the haul task, set haul inventory action. We're going to get the storage building actor, which we'll need it to do here. To do use interact with entity instead of store it building actor. So I'll need to change that for basically everything. I do need an interact with the entity. Okay, and the set haul inventory task is actually, if it returns false. Oh, this is build haul inventory task. Oh, right. We're already handling that within there. So yeah, we don't have to do anything. And then we need to do like a success listener. I'll say handle all task status updates. Now what we want here is an auto succeeded haul inventory tasks view, interact action succeeded tag, interact action status update tag for each entity in that view. I guess we're just going to try build haul inventory task again. Easy freaking peasy. Now it kind of sucks that I'll have to make a different one for, I mean, I guess we should never get here if they don't have an inventory. I just rely on that being the case. I think I should just rely on that being the case. Okay, we'll say haul inventory interact action succeeded. Succeeded. Did you ever try out No Rest for the Wicked? I gave it a couple hours the other night. What's the...
That is not even close to what I wanted. Building new interact action. All inventory succeeded. Building new interact action. 40% off a few weeks ago. I'm pissed. I went ahead and bought it. You know, it's a great game. The first thing that hit me was just like, you know, I've seen it played on like Twitch and stuff. But my God, that game has the best fucking visuals of any game in recent memory, to be honest with you. Like seeing it on your own screen instead of like a Twitch, you know, a bit rated to hell, encoded to hell, you know, YouTube video or Twitch stream. It's gorgeous, man. It's absolutely good. The art direction is amazing. And I'm so jealous, and it makes me feel like my game is going to be fucking terrible because I have nowhere near the art director skills that it would take to like get that working. You running OLED display too? I don't fucking remember. I don't think so. My monitor is like 10 years old now. I should probably get a new one. Okay, so we're going to try build inventory task again. And we do a get or add on the interact data, and then we make a new one, regardless of if it's succeeded or failed. It's the team that did Ori? Okay, no wonder. No freaking wonder. Okay, so now I'm kind of thinking about this, these interact action status update things. I think I need to reset the interact action because it's going to have the old interact status tag and stuff on it when I get here. I'm blind, yeah. Oh, I'm not even creating a, oh, I just set interact action to null pointer. Okay, that makes sense, I think. Yeah, that clears it. Yeah, because it's a... Now, do I need to do that in the construct task? I think I do. And then on failed, yeah, this add haul inventory task. I need to check if the colonist task I already checked that though, right? Yeah, I already check if the duration, if they've hauled at least one thing. Okay. Interact action, setting that to null. Yeah, so that's what we have to do there. Try build construct interact action. I mean, we're setting it to a new pointer I actually don't think we need to set it to null because we're just setting it to a new pointer anyway. Oh, I guess the problem is that we're not clearing the old status tag. That's the issue. Is the status tag, not the actual thing. I think we can get rid of that. I don't think we need to do that. But yeah, when we get in here, remove F interact action status. What am I? Interact action failed tag. And then add. This should probably add. Yeah, this underlying function should probably add the the not started tag. Or do I? No, I should do the u interact utils add interact or like remove invalid interaction statuses for entity and not started. I don't have that one. Oops. I guess for none. No, we'll do it manually then. So remove those two tags, and then these underlying build interact action functions that are going to be in each processor should add. Well, no, there is no not started tag. Right? Go back to the interaction processor. Oh, I do have a not started tag. I do have a not started tag. So then we will need to add that. We will need to add that when this is successful. Add entity. Add that. We will need to do that. Question is answered now. Now I need to make sure we do that here as well. We should always have the ISMC action here. I mean, we should do that whenever. Don't I have a function for like making? Yeah, this function. I add that not started tag, but when this fails, if I were to put that there, this can fail, right? Yeah, we can update task set. Well, we clear interact data, so that's fine. That's fine. ISMC interact handler, we're good there. Instruction task handler. Yeah, just when we build the construct interact action. It makes more. Oh, oops, I removed the wrong thing. Yeah, not that. This. There we go. Okay, that feels good. That feels like a good spot for it. Now when we try haul, yeah, we just add that here too. That's just a part of it. Task, interact data, inventory data, haul inventory. And then we need the failed view. Beautiful. Yeah, rinse and repeat. It's the same thing, really. Quite simple, really. Yeah, I guess I guess I don't give a shit if there's interact data here. Okay. So that's all well and good. Let's switch back to the colony task processor. We need to set up this. whole inventory here. Duration forever. And then I think I need like a... I think I need a view to just clear... I think I need to clear the... I need a function to clear all of the colonist tasks. Tags that could be here. Colony task processor, clear task specific tags. We just want entity. God, wrong one. Registry, there we go. We want to remove F colonist or F forage, F construct, colonist task tag, F forage, colonist task tag, F all inventory colonist task tag, F all colonist task tag. Yeah, all of those. That might have uses outside this, so let's make it static as well. Clear all task specific tags. Let's do that here. Although, like, making each processor clean up their own tags would be nice. That should basically be in this function. Yeah. And in that way, we can be efficient and not try to clear things that we don't actually know exist. Okay. Let's go ahead and add all these other task tags. F, chop trees. Pick up item. That's not a task, though. Is it? Yeah, no, it is. It is. Okay, so clear task tag. for entity and task to handle task type, which we need to do that before we remove the colonist task, because that memory is going to be gone after that. That will have undefined behavior. Okay, so that's slightly... I hope a switch case statement is more efficient than blindly removing a bunch of tags from the ENTT registry. Maybe the ENTT registry is more performant than that. I don't know, like, removing multiple tags, how does that scale per entity, you know? I'd have to profile it. But right now we're just trying to make this work. Let's go ahead and get a little compile in here. Are there any boo-boos? I'm feeling pretty solid right now. I'm pretty bricked up, to be honest with you. This system is just infinitely better than what I wrote before with my old, like, delegate event-driven colonist task system. Me and all my homies hate events. Because events are just ways to just kick the can to someone else, for someone else to deal with the problem. Not really. I mean, events are nice for some things, but what was happening with my old system was that, like, these events were these tags that I have here for, like, interact action succeeded. These were an update to the status that was on the interact action, and then that would call a delegate. That delegate would have to be bound, and I ran into all these issues where, like, if I wasn't using the task that was in the registry, I wouldn't actually be bound to the correct status update, and there was all these cases where I wasn't getting status updates. And it was because I wasn't, like, emplacing the task in the task queue or something, in the registry. I was, like, creating the task and then adding it, which is a different task, actually, when it comes to those bindings. So that was an issue. And then I was having some Stack Overflow issues, too, because, like, these status updates would be where I tried to, like, rebuild tasks. And so if I wrote a bug, I would try to rebuild the task to handle all the different states in there, and there could be this infinite loop of, like, if I missed a case or something like that, I was getting to sufficient complexity where that was becoming such a pain in the ass to both debug and just reason about. Man, it was my own code and I couldn't even reason about it. It was so bad. This is feeling so much better, though. This I might not need anymore, but we'll stick with it for posterity. Okay, yeah, and then these guys. Correct. We need to pass the entity. Building entity wouldn't be correct. It would be... It was my own code and I couldn't even reason about it. I feel that, yeah. But I mean, that's how you know it's a problem, right? It's one thing for, like, a different person to look at your code and be like, okay, this is... Because when you look at someone else's code, it's always, like, kind of initially hard to understand in a way, you know? It, of course, depends on the complexity of the system, but you can always start with that, like, okay, I have to, like, kind of figure out what's the vibe here? You know, you have to vibe it out. But when you're doing that about your own code, it's like, okay, something's wrong here. Because you should have at least some inkling as to, like, what's going on. So yeah, that was becoming a problem. And it was just kind of like, I initially thought I wasn't going to need, I was like, I just don't need it to be in ECS, so it'll be easier. Like, these aren't going to be happening 1,000 times per frame, right? I don't need it to be an ECS processor, so it'll be easier if I don't do that. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong. But I need an entity here. So I need the owning entity of this action. So I need to entity interface, get entity from that interaction. And I don't, what are the rules on why I have to qualify that or not? I don't actually understand. Soggy's bread. Recently just came back to finish an old project of mine. I can't tell what the hell I was doing at all. Bad vibes. Yeah. I mean, there's always a, like I said, there's always a little bit of that, especially if you've been away from it. But if it doesn't like immediately start coming back to you as to like how to, like where to put things, you know, then it's just like this system is just not very reasonable. You can't reason about it. I also find if I can't easily explain it to another dev that has around about the same level of experience, then there's probably something wrong with my code. Yeah. It's, I guess that's why we do design docs. And what do you need? We have the interact action. We just need the entity, which is just probably the same interacting entity. We have it. Nice. We just have that here. Wow, did I fuck that up. I put the carrots in 3 different locations. Yeah, I kind of want to get rid of the entity interface. Kind of feeling spicy like that. And just make it data. Just make it all fucking data. Build, please. Thank you. I'm such a rebel. Oh my god. Add what was I doing here? What was I doing here? Am I calling this from anywhere anymore? No, I am not. Because these, I believe, should be the interact utils, update, interact action status. Yeah, that should be changed. So here, boop, boop, interact action. See, now I have to fully qualify this one. I don't know why. Am I doing this basically the same thing here? Yeah, basically just copy pasta this guy. Oh, this is old code anyway. This isn't getting hit from anywhere anymore. From blueprints, which that'll need to change. Set current colonist task. Yeah, we don't want to call that anymore. So now it's a recursive call to itself and no one else. It's just sitting there circle jerking itself. The current colonist task. So this is our call from blueprints. Only data. Yeah, so we need to use the task handler we're not going to do that anymore. Goodbye, task handler. So here I need to check if we have task queue data. It should never be empty because we just delete it. Why did that do that? Why did that make a whole nother file? Okay, it fixed itself. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, this bind to stat, and I had to make sure I was binding to status change all over the place. Don't have to worry about that anymore, and we're not doing the queue anymore. I mean, I'll comment this out just to make sure. Okay, and if we don't have... let's do this. If we don't have colonist task queue data, if we don't have that, then we just ECS add entity. Yeah, we can use the context object, and then we just add the task directly to the entity. That will override the current task, which maybe I'll want to handle. This could override the current task. Yeah, need to handle that case. Yeah, probably want to do something specific there. So if we have override current... Oh yeah, this is if override current task. Okay. If B override current task, or there is no colonist task, we do that. Well, no, if there is no task queue, and we either override the current task, we want to override the current task, or yeah, else is just this guy now. We're just inserting it at the front of the task queue, if there is one. Wait, we also have a case here, so if B override current task. I should do this in both cases. Is that right? If we're going to override the current task, or we don't have a current task, just add it as the current task. I don't give a shit if there's a task queue or not. But that means we're like in between a frame trying to, we're about to like do the next task, in which case we want to jump that queue anyway. Or there is a queue. Yeah, I think this is right. If there's not a task queue, I think that's the only other case I need to handle, right? Else, ECS add get ref on F colonist task queue entity data. I mean, honestly, this is get or add, right? We can just do a get or add. it or at. So then we get the ref here. And we can, an insert at 0 will just add it to the beginning of the queue anyway, so. Wow, got so much easier. So much easier. Okay, so that's for set current colonist task. So this may be one of those cases where I want to reset the last priority. I think it would be nice though, because that feels brittle and prone to me missing one of these cases. Would I want to reset the, you know, which priority have we gotten to? Does anyone fucking know what I'm talking about, by the way? when I'm talking about like colonist tasks and priorities. Maybe not. But like a colonist task is just a one-off kind of thing to do. It could be construction, could be hauling, could be foraging. There are more that I haven't implemented, but those are the main 3 for right now. A player could walk up to him and walk up to a colonist and just give him one of those. Those kinds of tasks can also get added from priorities. Now, how are priorities different from tasks? Basically, if they don't have any tasks in their task queue, they have a default behavior, essentially. It's not necessarily they have jobs, they have priorities, right? They can do multiple jobs. So that's a -1, 50 points from Gryffindor, from TypeScript. If TypeScript would be the Hufflepuff of Harry Potter houses, I think. TypeScript would be Hufflepuff. C++ is Ravenclaw, 1,000,000%. What would Slytherin be? Like brainfuck? Slytherin is like PHP, maybe. Gryffindor is Java, just the tried and true, you know. I think that tracks. If we had to, dude, I need a Harry Potter house, and we need to put programming languages in each Harry Potter house. That is a fucking 50 DKP minus. I think shit like fucking Haskell, that would be Slytherin too. All these like kind of fucky languages, you know. Rust, I think Rust would be alongside C++ probably. What else would be Gryffindor? I don't know if JavaScript would go under... I think JavaScript would go under Hufflepuff too. It could go Slytherin though. Some people would say it goes Slytherin. I think it goes Hufflepuff though. JavaScript is very Hufflepuff coded. What else would be in Gryffindor? I feel like Golang would kind of be a Gryffindor. Would be some Gryffindor type shit, maybe. Python is Gryffindor. Well, no, Python literally is a fucking snake. But I think Python as a if you just take the vibe of the language, it's Gryffindor, right? Obviously, the iconography of Python is Slytherin coded, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the vibes of the language. I think Python would be Gryffindor. C# also Gryffindor. I could see an argument for Python being Hufflepuff. I could see that argument actually. PHP could I could see PHP being Hufflepuff as well. I read the first 5 books, but I never saw the movies. Are you? Oh, odd. I am. This is how I feel about you today. This is how I feel about you today. Making backends in TypeScript. You haven't seen any of the Harry Potter movies, despite reading the books. Like that. Like I understand other movies, but Harry Potter is like the most fucking popular book, movie incarnation of a book, right? Besides maybe Lord of the Rings. So it's like saying, hey, I've read Lord of the Rings, but I've never watched the movies. It's like, dude, what are you fucking doing? Like, if you haven't read the books and you also haven't seen the movies, you know, fair. Fair. You know what? That's fair. Okay, enough talking about how programming languages fit into Harry Potter houses. Enough of that. I need the inventory data here in the hauling handler for build hauling task. My god, look how long this function is. I do have it. Here it is. If you have to scroll that far, not a good sign. Not a good sign. Bro, I have been streaming. I didn't know I was streaming. Good God, 6.2 hours. Or no, it's like 6.4 actually. Something like that. Who decided to make minutes 60 seconds? Who decided on this 60 number? I guess it had to do with the radians of a circle, right? Oh yes, my flesh pants. Let's fix the flesh pants. Oh, we can't. Oh yeah, there's some yeah, we probably have some incorrect. Yeah, so I'm adding interact data by default now, I think. So I shouldn't be doing that. Interaction entity data, yeah, that'll just get added as it needs to. We don't need that by default added anymore. Which I think was the problem there. May I ask how much you work every day? It's different every day. And do you do it in the morning or at night? Bofa. Usually every morning. Usually every morning. Not every night, but some nights. Then I have a haul inventory or a haul processor now. Haul processor, haul task processor. Put that before interaction processor. Very good, very good. Okay, let's see if we just immediately crash now still. No, we are good. Let's fix his flesh pants. Okay, no more flesh pants. Ah, yes. Hang on, the NPC character is all sorts of broken. What do I call it? Oh, I call it humanoid NPC. Okay. What do we got here? proxy actor. Oh, it's just an actor object. Get entity. Oop. Oop. Yes. Yeah. Does that fix it at all? Does that fix you? Are you fixed? I can talk. Okay. All of his UI is broken. Shit. Now look at these tabs. What is this? Just close everything that's not this. Good to... I was expecting more to be broken here. Come on, buddy. Let's see if we get here. Yes. We do. The interact widget. Oh boy, I hate this fucking widget, man. Okay, did anything like blow up here? No, I don't think so. The UI just isn't showing. I did select an option. Where's my construction? Construct. And we did not get there. Wait, how? Didn't I verify that we got here? I feel like I've encountered this before, where it didn't make sense. I think it's because of blueprints. I think it's because of the way blueprints are debugged. Because there's no... This doesn't exist yet. Guess I have to log. Refresh, interact, options. Oh, it's a nested array. And then let's log like the length of this. I hate that they named this node something different than in C++. And you can tell it was an issue because when you type in num, it gives you the length node. So this is construct interaction options list. Nothing. Okay, so how is that even possible? Oh my god, I hate Unreal Engine so much. So there's a construct object node, and there's also a create widget node. And of course it's not construct widget, it's create widget. Is that I don't know why is this a bug now? This has been working. This has been working up until now, so why would this be an issue? Oh, it's already a... Okay. Sorry, I thought I needed to cast that. Owning player. What happens if that's null? Does that matter now? I didn't know Unreal has an open asset window like that. I bought an asset that does that thinking Unreal didn't have a feature like that. You mean Control P? You have to detach. This? Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, this is my favorite keybind. Control P. Yeah, I didn't know that existed for quite a while as well, so don't feel too bad. What should my owning player be here? Interacting player controller. It's a player controller, right? Yeah. Okay, I feel like something else is wrong. This can't be the issue. Okay, so what the fuck is happening? So I can literally construct one of these things, and I don't hit the construct method. How on earth is... Okay, what don't I understand about widgets here? Wait, do they have to be added to the viewport to hit the construct method? Is that... Maybe it's not getting added to viewport. Which is it's very misleading that they're calling that the same as a constructor, but yet when you call the construct node, it's not calling the event construct. If that's the case, I'm going to be once again really upset at Unreal Engine naming conventions. I don't know when this thing gets added to. I think it's in the get interaction subtext. Or get interaction subtext component. Yeah, I just returned the interaction options widget. Oh, getting the interact action. Ah, yeah, so this is probably the issue. Yeah, when I interact with him, we don't add an interact action with him. That's probably it. And so therefore it never gets added to viewport. I forgot what I do for this. Yeah, I just call I call this interact. Yeah, so this interact action. Interaction subtext. We're just getting the and yeah, there would be none there. This is just returning a new interact action. We're not setting this on any piece of interact data, as far as I can see. It would be this one right here, just a generic one. Do I do that from the player? No, this is like just like a floating interact action that's not actually anywhere yet. Oh, the player might need one. Player might need an interact action. Should I set this one to the current one? I wasn't doing that before. Here it is. Bitter add. Yeah, okay, so here's one of the examples where it's like we could potentially be overriding whatever colonist task is at hand that this colonist is doing. And this would be another one of those examples where I would want to clear the priority queue that we're going through to calculate. Let's not worry about that now, I think. This needs to be a ref. That would have been a bug. What do I want to do? I'll just put a to do here. Do maybe clear last priority index here. Let's actually get that code in. I feel like live coding takes a lot longer when you're at runtime. Let me cancel that. Like when you're in a plain editor session. Okay, maybe my theory is wrong. There we are. 14 seconds. I've seen worse and I've seen better. Oh, yeah, we have to fucking all that. Yeah, that's why I did the implementation one. I have an entity. Why am I calling the in case it's overridden? Is that why I'm doing that? Yeah, probably. God, I fucking hate so many things. One of which are how Blueprint native events work. I get why they have to work that way, but I still think that there's a better world out there. Do we need to clear all current colonist task here? I feel like these systems should not have to know about each other. Yeah, like I feel like I shouldn't have to grab the priority index, and I would like for this not to have to understand each other. Which the state tree could help with that. If I exit, yeah, I could probably do some exit thing where I clear. If we exit prematurely, we can clear the colonist task. Like if we're exiting and the current colonist task isn't successful or something. Well, no, because we need to go into the interact. Or yeah, the interaction processor. There's an interaction state. I don't know, maybe there's like kind of an inherent interaction state in some sort of colonist state. And then we can kind of keep it contained. But I need to check if their hunger levels and stuff are hangy, if there needs to be a state transition. Things to think about. I'm actually having a feeling that, like, I was just thinking, oh, yay, there's our list. Yay. Immediate failure. I was just thinking that for our hunger and sleep values, like the most efficient thing would be to only check those, like only consider that state when needed, right? So like when the food attribute changes, which I have a system set up to listen to attribute changes. But that actually feels less performant than just checking the hunger value in a very tight ECS processor. And I'll tell you why. The attribute processor is very chunky. And part of the attribute processor checks if a given attribute has any listeners that it needs to execute. And that involves like for every attribute change, of which there can be multiple for an entity per frame, like taking damage, you know, any kind of gameplay effect stuff. I do need to check I need to check if there's an effect for that. But I know the attribute processor should be slimmed down. It's to the point where it's so complicated. Kind of hard to. Where are we coming from here? Okay, we have entered a call. Oh yeah, this state needs to go away. We need to clear this state. So we need to change the colonist state tree. Or the colonist states. What does UISMC mean in UISMC action? ISMC is Instance Static Mesh Component. The U stands for a U object. There's a convention in Unreal Engine where you put U's in front of U objects, F's in front of structs, and A's in front of actors. If Hangi fails, we go to Wander. Which, yeah, these states are going to conflict with each other, right? I mean, I guess it'll try to give it an the interaction state will pick it up. The interaction state will pick this up. Let's try that. Moxie, come here. That's some strange Hungarian notation. I mean, I assume it would look better if it might look better if it was one of the lowercase things. You know, like the SMC and ISMC could be lowercase. I never know which to do. Kind of the problem. Deborah, welcome. What are we doing today? We've been refactoring my colonist task/priority system. We're moving it into ECS, essentially. I didn't build it in ECS before because I was like, it's not like there's going to be, thousands of interactions happening per frame. So it doesn't need to be in ECS, so it'll be easier if I don't. But it actually ended up kind of being a delicate hell. And it's turning out to be a lot easier to understand in ECS. Work, 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 starve, sleep, basically. Cool. We once again have gotten to the interaction processor. So we've added a piece of interaction data, and I have no idea where it came from. I guess that's kind of the hard part here, is we don't really get a good stack trace. I'm wondering if there's old... I mean, I can very easily, if there is no interact action. But I feel like I shouldn't have to do that. And we're gonna get rid of them as pointers anyway, I think. We're gonna just use structs. All gonna be data driven. But that's a different refactor. We'll just skip it for now. A little bit less cache coherent this way. But it'll be okay for debugging, because I need to open the vlogger. That'll tell me where it came from. Okay, come on, Unreal Engine. Do the thing. Yeah, you had to open 4 assets. I know that's a lot to ask. I think I can close that one now. Okay, let me get the vlogger open here. Yeah. He's also not interacting with me. So do you have an interaction action on you? An interact action? Moxie, come here. Interact data. You do have an interact action on you. Status is none. So I borked my interaction processor. Oh yeah, because it doesn't have the not started tag, I suppose. Yeah, when we make a new one, it doesn't have... I need to add that all over the place. I mean, I could just exclusion check a lack thereof of other ones. So if it doesn't have any other tag, yeah, I think that's probably an easier way to do this. If it doesn't have any of those. It doesn't have any of those. So let me find all the places I use this not started tag. Yeah, that does make more sense. Let's try that. See if we can get this working before I have to hop off here. At least something. I need to see him do a task, I think. There we go. Now he's interacting with me. Now he ran up to me. It's your interact data. It is started. I should probably change that to interacted. Or interact. Well, no, because he's not calling the interacting function. Good, that cleared perfectly. He has no interact. He has interact data. He has no interact action. So that would have been, yeah, right when we broke the interaction. Why did you reset? I mean, I think I just set it to null pointer. And so therefore the colonist priority never got cleaned up. Or yeah, something like that. I'm thinking, should I have a view here in the interaction processor to just like delete any interact datas that don't have an interact action on them? I mean, ideally we would never get to that world. We just have old code that needs to be updated somewhere. Yeah, all of these probably, I probably don't want to do this anywhere. Because we just need to delete the entity data. And these tasks, like this code, this is dead code. This is not code that's alive, so don't worry about that. Yeah, the end interaction here. Yeah, so we just want to remove, I think. Yeah, we want to just delete. We just want to delete here. That was, I bet that was the one.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
I know, DJ Khaled. You don't have to keep reminding me. I've asked you to leave. You keep showing up. But ask status change. Yeah, this is all dead code. And this is the kind of shit that made it so difficult to navigate. Like all this like null pointer, like the interact action being in different states implied meaning in different contexts, and it wasn't good. I don't know who wrote this code. It wasn't me. I only write the goods. I only write good codes. But yeah, that was the one. That was the only one that actually mattered anymore. The other ones aren't actually ever hit. Hello, sir. Join my colony. Let's see what's happening here. He has no interact data. I don't see him. Oh, I don't think I ever added colonist priorities to him. Should probably delete the task queue off of colony entity data. That'll make some code not compile, though. I don't want to do that yet. Yeah, I don't think I ever added colony priorities to him. Where do I want to do that?
Where do I want to do that? Look at proxy actor. There's an onboard colonist to colony. Yeah, so okay. If he has colony, what is colony entity data for? It's I don't need to use this at all anymore. This struct is dead to me. This should happen. So this should be colonist priorities data. We don't want to get or add. We want to add get ref because we want to overwrite it. Comment there. I'm doing that explicitly. Why am I checking? If it's empty. Oh, wait. It may have been... Oh, no. We don't want to override when set from a previous colony. Is that... When would they... I don't know. I don't know if that's... Let's not overwrite them. So that this is going to be a get or add. Well, really... Yeah, I guess we do this then, actually. If ECS has... If he doesn't already have all this data. Then we can add get ref. Yeah, I think that's the move. It was nice that he didn't fail. Like, I mean, none of the colony processors were running, so that's actually a positive. Come on, live coding, you can do it. Wait, whoa, huh? Do I need to import something somewhere? Huh? Can I see that in the good code window? Not the live coding one that I can barely read when there's an error. Requires narrowing conversion. Okay, how do I have to like uint 8 that? I just know that there's not going to be more than 256 here. And we initialize. Let me write a comment here. The index of last priority in the priorities array, and the index of the last priority that was considered by the colony task processor, initialized to the last index of the default priorities, so that the colony processor and wrap around to ground. Okay. Requires a... What does that mean? I've never seen that kind of error before. Just give me the code. I have to static cast it.
Maybe I need to include the -1 in there. I might need to include the -1 in there. Can I actually do this in an initializer list? Or not an initializer list, but initializing a variable in a header file? I don't know. This is a static const thing, so it's not going to change. Okay, yeah, this looks like it's working now. Yeah, okay, that's working. Nice. Compiler wanted to make extra sure I knew what I was doing there. Good job, compiler. Now, he should have priorities when I onboard him. When I onboard the slave. Now, I guess I can't tell because I'm not logging that as data here. I should probably... Yeah, we need to add that. Fuck. Okay. Grab me this. Jesus Christ, okay. Why did I write so much code for that? I never logged the priorities, did I? Okay. So category, let's do f string, priorities string for each in category for each not in category. For each priority. Priorities. For each priority in priorities string plus equals comma well, can we do the fancy yeah, I guess we do want like an enable or disabled. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. And then we can do like a, what is it, a right chop? Remove last, comma, and space. What is it, AI? Left chop in place. Okay. I didn't know if it was left or right, so we're gonna let the AI decide for us. We're slop coding now. And then category dot add. I mean, I guess I could just do it as, I don't need to, yeah, we don't need to do it as like this, actually. Let's just do no comma slop. No, the slop is gone now. We're not going to rely on the slop. We are going to category add that's a lot. Probably it's gonna be a lot easier to read in the window, in the visual logger window as well. So now there should be a nice little drop down expandy boy It says all of our priorities in an order and whether they're enabled or disabled. What the fick? I see no colony priorities. Excuse me. Excuse me. Kit Whisper, I have a bone to pick with you. That is an entity ID. Get initial priorities for colonist. Yeah, we just return the default colonies. Priorities, rather. So why aren't you there? I forget, do I need to register things that show up in here? I think I need to register things that show up in here. It's been so long. It's been so long. Hyperons, welcome in, man. Welcome in. In my code. I don't like that I have to do this because I need the reflection data wired up to the C++ type. Is there a way to do this without having to register it? It would be nice to not have to do this. Because it's just extra boilerplate when I set up a new piece of entity data. Maybe I need to start slop coding, adding new pieces of entity data so that it understands to register the data type. I was trying to explain Groundhog's Day to the English earlier today. Oh, you had a meeting with the English today. I forgot you were our ambassador to the English. They asked if I was smoking crack like my RimWorld character. And what was your answer? Yep, there it is. Okay, so I do need to register them. Yeah, he's got priorities. He's got priorities. Does he have any of that data? He doesn't. Oh, he's still interacting with me, so we're not hitting that. Yeah, in that. Okay, yeah, now we're getting here. Okay. We couldn't find a priority. Well, yeah, we're adding. Let's put an ECS log in here. I feel like this would have been an infinite loop that I wrote here. Had I not did the early out. Oh my god, come on, man. And we're stuck. Okay, we just have to wait here. Cancel. I guess we have to rebuild with these breakpoints. Or just take them off. I should make a little function for the adding those tags, the task type tags. Hey, didn't I have like a clear, yeah, clear task tag? Slop code, come on. Okay, I was expecting you. Also, the slop code didn't understand that I have to add the tag as a parameter, not a template. But before we rebuild that, no colonist priorities are enabled. Oh, interesting. So we do check the forage task. I don't have the entity right here. Hang on. Why are we only checking? They're all true. They're all true. Enabled, enabled, enabled. They're all true. They're all enabled. What is this code? Who wrote this fucking code, dude? We do that. And we do that. And then at the end here, after we've chosen one. Also, on the colonist priorities entity data, we should log last priority index. Rebuild. Okay, we'll probably hop off after this, regardless of what happens here. I'm getting hungry. Gotta go work out and stuff and go get on with life. You don't like using blueprint programming? Not really, no. It's nice for some things, but I prefer C++ for most. And it's not as efficient as what I need it for. Blueprints, that is. Okay, join my colony. He is trying to forage. So he's doing things. Why is he skipping construct? That's my... Like I said, it makes sense as to why he would skip. Haul inventory should be in the priorities as well. I don't have anything to handle haul, although I think haul should probably handle haul inventory. Why do I make my game in UE5 rather than other game engines? About UE5 being unstable. What are your thoughts about it? I don't know if unstable is what I would call Unreal Engine. I picked Unreal Engine because I do like that blueprints are an option. I don't prefer to put game logic in them, so I find them hard to organize and manage and navigate, but they're nice for if I were to ever work with people that aren't programmers. I have a really nice built-in interface that they can use if that were to ever be the case. Unreal Engine also has a much better pricing model than Unity. Unity, the business decisions Unity has made have essentially made it to where I'm never going to use Unity ever. Right? They retroactively applied licensing to developers, which is just a horrible precedent. Unity, you don't have access to source code either unless you pay money. It's closed source. Unreal Engine is open source. So I don't have to pay a dime for Unreal Engine until my game comes out and makes at least $1 million, and then I only pay 5%. And I get full access to the source code for that entire time, which is imperative for making a game. You need access to the source code if you're going to make a game, in my opinion. If you're programming a game, that is. I also see Unreal Engine as being more on the cutting edge of game development than something like Godot, right? Which would be one of the other options. And Unreal Engine is widely used, has a lot of resources on the internet for it. A lot of videos, there's community, you know. Yeah, so all those reasons basically. I think I'm skipping the first one in the list with the code that I've written. I think that's why. Yeah, because I set it equal to 0, and then I increment it. I should do an else. Wait, no, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. How do I do this with an unsigned int? Like, I can't use -1. I just need to move this here. Yeah, I think I just need to move that there. Thank you for your time answering my question. Yeah, no worries, man. Never touched game dev. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Okay, I want to see him considering construction now. No, he's only ever considering foraging. Okay, so I fucked it up even more. Yeah, because he never increments. Is there a way to fucking do this without an unsigned with an unsigned int? I should just use a signed int. Ugh. I'm like hyper. Just set it equal to -1. And be done with it. I just need my colonist to consider all of his options. All right. I just need you to consider your options here, bud. That's it. Ah, he is considering construction. Yay. I guess we can real quick. I'm not gonna, probably won't be able to fix this if it doesn't work, but yeah, I don't think he's got, it's not working properly. He should be, there's no more buildings to construct, basically. We'll handle that next time. But we have kind of the flow going. We have the flow going. That's going to be it for me today, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me today. A good day, good stream, nice long stream. Who do we want to raid here? We do have some options. Shawnee B is back at 48 o'clock. Turning Cog is doing Blender, not Unreal Engine. We will send you guys over to Plane Shift, I think. Yeah, we'll send you guys over to Plane Shift. Looks like he's building a system here.
Abstract tribesman.
Interesting. Yeah, he's working on an old school
Abstract
MMO in Unreal
Tribesman,
Engine, so pretty cool stuff.
United
Thanks again, guys. Take care, everyone. I'm out of here.
Have
Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you again soon. Okay. Bye.
This